Are you guys ready? Group time.
Right.
I'm calling to order this meeting. This is an additional meeting of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, November 7th, 2023. The time is 1:06 in the afternoon. And this meeting is being held largely in Council Chambers Room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building, although there may be a member participating virtually. We have roughly 8 measures for markup in the Committee of the Whole, and then roughly 20 measures that are being reported out of other committees. We begin our Committee of the Whole meetings, our additional Committee of the Whole meetings, with a roll call to determine whether we have a quorum. Mr. Cash?
Chairman Mendelson.
Present.
Councilmember Allen. Here. Councilmember Bonds.
Here.
Councilmember Fruman.
Present.
Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Gray. Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Here.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Here.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Here.
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Robert White.
Present.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The first 4 measures for markup in the Committee of the Whole are resolutions confirming mayoral nominations related to the Department of Buildings. I'm going to speak to the first PR 25-289, Director of the Department of Buildings, Brian J. Hanlon, confirmation resolution of 2023, a little bit more generally, and then take each of these resolutions in turn. In December 2020, the council approved the Department of Buildings Establishment Act of 2020, which split the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs into 2 agencies, one being the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, and the other being the Department of Buildings. As noted in the committee report for the law that created these new agencies, DC Law 23-269, the Department of Consumer Regulatory Affairs had long failed to adequately enforce housing code enforcement, punish illegal construction, and identify and register vacant and blighted properties. These failures were the impetus for the introduction and passage of DC Law 23-269, which was fully funded by the council in the fiscal year 2022 Local Budget Act of 2021. The responsibilities of the department are significant and include permitting, building code inspection and enforcement, the surveyor's office, zoning administration, enforcement of vacant and blighted property registration law, and housing code inspection and enforcement. The impact of the department's work is felt every day by homeowners, business owners, and tenants across the district. The department is comprised of 5 offices. Each of these offices was created by the council via DC Law 23-269. The Office of Construction and Building Standards is led by the chief building official. The Office of Zoning Administrator is led by the zoning administrator. The Office of Residential Inspection is led by the chief inspection official. And the Office of Strategic Code Enforcement is led by the strategic enforcement administrator. These positions are also subject to confirmation by the council pursuant to DC Law 23-269. Now, the first of these 4 resolutions is PR 25-289, Director of the Department of Buildings, Brian J. Hanlon, confirmation resolution of 2023. On June 15th of this year, the mayor introduced PR 25-289 to confirm the appointment of Brian Hanlon as Director of the Department of Buildings. Mr. Hanlon is a native of the district and a resident of Ward 6. After receiving his bachelor's degree, Mr. Hanlon worked at several architectural firms before becoming vice president at Brailsford and Dunleavy. a national program management firm that oversees the financing, design, and construction of major projects for colleges, secondary schools, elementary schools, and professional sports organizations. In 2008, Mr. Hanlon became executive program manager in the Department of Real Estate Services within the district government. And in 2011, he was appointed as director of the newly created Department of General Services, appointed by then Mayor Vincent Gray. Mr. Hanlon served as director of DGS until early 2015, after which he held high-level positions at several firms in the private sector, including Skanska, USA Building, Inc., and Lequec Global Group, LLC. Mr. Hanlon's background and experience is well suited for the position of director. Mr. Hanlon has held numerous management level positions throughout his career. He oversaw the implementation of a multitude of major construction and real estate projects and has shown a willingness to collaborate and critically examine departmental policies and procedures, and has been responsive to the requests and concerns of district residents. Mr. Hanlon, in his testimony before the committee at a public roundtable or public hearing, said, and I agree, that the creation of this department and his appointment as the director is an opportunity to rethink many of the department's previous standard operating procedures, its workflows, structural arrangements. Mr. Hanlon has already shown a willingness to examine and modify workflows and standard operating procedures when necessary during his tenure as acting director. For instance, new SOPs for illegal construction inspections have already been developed and approved. It is hopeful that Mr. Hanlon will continue to critically examine the department's standard operating procedures and workflows as new issues emerge. The Department of Buildings plays a critical role in the safety and well-being of district residents and economic development in the district. To execute its duties effectively and efficiently, the department needs a director who is willing to work collaboratively, think critically about departmental policies and procedures, and communicate with residents and other stakeholders clearly and effectively. Moreover, the department needs an experienced leader who elevates a commitment to service and mission among all of the agency's 374 employees. Based on his work history, experience, and vision, the committee, assuming we approve this, believes Mr. Hanlon will do just that. This resolution was introduced at the request of the mayor on June 15th, 2023. The Committee of the Whole held a public hearing on October 18th, 2023. In part, we waited so that there was some experience with Mr. Hanlon as director. There was quite a bit of testimony at the hearing. Some of it was critical of the agency or its predecessor, but I think it's fair to say that there was little, if any, criticism of the nominee himself. I move the resolution with leave for staff. I move the committee print with leave for staff to make technical and conforming changes. Is there discussion? Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. As co-chair of oversight for DOB, I wanted to note that I support Director Hanlon's appointment to this position. He's shown an early willingness to address vacant and blighted issues, not just in Ward 4, but throughout wards in the city. His team took the effort to go through to various wards in the city with the ward council members and go through some of the vacant and blighted properties that they have been experiencing. He's helped explain the inner workings of the department with the recent DOB Day, that event for council staff and others, and has continued to show willingness to be transparent with what the inner workings of Department of Buildings are every day. He and his team have shown an interest in making necessary reforms and changes as necessary, and has worked closely with your committee and Blaine Stummel on working together, the working group of addressing vacant and blighted properties. And so I look forward to working with him in the future. And what I appreciate is his experience and expertise in this area and his experience as a leader. And so I hope our colleagues will join in supporting him as the chair, as the director for Department of Buildings.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to note that I've been very impressed with Director Hanlon and his management of the Department of Buildings since he first took the position in May of this year. Acting Director Hanlon has done an excellent job of leading an agency created just over a year ago from a tumultuous DCRA. And I really appreciate that Acting Director Hanlon has had such a focus and diligence and passion for his new role. And I want to thank him and his team, especially Will Damming, Jenna Daly, and Dion Williams for their receptiveness and very quick responsiveness to me and my team over the last several months. Acting Director Hanlon, from the start of his appointment, has been very responsive. When he began his tenure, I joined him for a walk around Shaw to discuss challenges that we were having with vacant properties. The department's work to improve the tracking of vacant buildings and the continuation of our vacant to visual program is very encouraging for our broader goals and needs around public safety in the district. The public dashboard that DOB launched under Acting Director Hanlon's leadership has expanded agency transparency and importantly allows our residents to seek information out about landlord violations, housing inspections, and agency performance whenever they need it. So we continue to be eager to see DOB improve their performance under Acting Director Hanlon's leadership. And I look forward to being part of that partnership as we support this nomination today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If there's no further discussion, the vote will be on the print with leave for staff. We're ready to do a roll call, but I think all the members are present. Oh, I see Councilmember Gray online. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses, 1 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The committee print is approved unanimously. I move the report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Discussion. I think we can do a voice vote on the report with leave for staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The vote is unanimous. The report is approved. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The second measure is PR 25-469. The purpose of this resolution would be to confirm the appointment of Nicole Rogers as Chief Building Official of the Department of Buildings for a term of 5 years. The Chief Building Official administers and determines compliance with the construction codes, which include the building code, the residential code, the mechanical code, and the property maintenance code. These codes set minimum standards for how structural systems, plumbing, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and other aspects of buildings should be designed and constructed. To effectuate the duties of the role, the Chief Building Official heads the Office of Construction and Building Standards. There are 6 divisions within this office: permitting operations, construction compliance, building inspection, green building, surveyor's office, and third-party inspection program. These divisions handle critical functions of the department, including permit review, building code inspection, and the surveyor's office. Given the importance of the chief building official within the department, the council legislated minimum requirements for the position. Pursuant to the law, the chief building official must have not less than 8 years of senior level experience and a demonstrated record in administering building standards. Nicole Rogers is a native of the district, having grown up in Brightwood Park in Ward 4. She currently lives in Ward 7. Ms. Rogers began her service to the district in 2011 at the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. Reading from the report, the committee believes that Ms. Rogers' work history and experience adheres to the requirements of the code, which requires of the DC official code, which requires the chief building official to have at least 8 hours of senior level experience. In her testimony to the committee, Ms. Rogers said that if confirmed, her vision includes providing strategic leadership to strengthen the department's frontline teams, improving how the office engages with customers, and establishing proactive methods to enhance public safety. This resolution and the two to follow were introduced at the request of the mayor on October 3rd of 2023, and this resolution and the two to follow were subject of a public hearing by the committee on October 18th, 2023. And I don't believe there was any testimony in opposition to this nomination. There's no objection. I'll move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The print and report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed?
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, the resolution will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. PR 25-470 would confirm the appointment of Kathleen Beaton as zoning administrator of the Department of Buildings for a term of 5 years. The zoning administrator heads the Office of Zoning Administration, which is responsible for the administration and determination of compliance with the zoning regulations of the District of Columbia. For fiscal year 2024, the office has 17 full-time equivalent employees and a budget of $2.18 million. Pursuant to the law, zoning administrator must have not less than 8 years of senior level experience in interpreting and enforcing zoning regulations. Originally from Michigan, Ms. Beaton received a master's in city and regional planning at Rutgers University. She worked as a zoning board secretary and planner for the township of Cherry Hill, then spent 13 years as an urban planner and division chief in the city of Alexandria. In 2010, Ms. Beaton began working for the district as deputy zoning administrator for the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, a position she held until being nominated as zoning administrator. The law requires the zoning administrator to have at least 8 years of senior level experience in interpreting and enforcing regulations. Ms. Beaton has over 2 decades of experience in planning and zoning administration, much of it at a senior level, which far exceeds the statutory requirements. At the committee's hearing, Ms. Beaton said her immediate priorities for the Office of Zoning Administration would be filling vacant positions. The committee hopes that Ms. Beaton will also prioritize clear, consistent interpretation of zoning regulations. Several public witnesses at the committee hearing on Ms. Beaton's nomination spoke to the sometimes inconsistent decisions made by the prior zoning administrator. Inconsistency creates confusion. It creates counterproductive litigation and is inefficient and diminishes public respect for the agency. Without objection, I'll move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 11 yeses and 2 absent.
I believe Councilmember Lewis George is here.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The print and report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed?
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next measure is PR 25-471. Department of Building Strategic Enforcement Administrator Keith Parsons Confirmation Resolution of 2023. Purpose of this resolution is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Keith Parsons for a term of 5 years. The duties of the Strategic Enforcement Administrator, the position for which Mr. Parsons is nominated, include developing and implementing strategic and data-driven deployment of the department's enforcement efforts and advising the chief building official and chief inspection official accordingly. Monitoring violations to ensure that the chief building official and chief inspection official are scheduling timely re-inspections and that the appropriate documentation and data are being captured. Tracking and enforcing collection of fines and making referrals to the Office of the Attorney General when necessary. Developing and implementing consistent enforcement procedures and standards. And managing and tracking the enforcement history of individual projects, professionals, and properties to identify repeat violators or trends in construction, housing code, or maintenance violations, and developing plans to detect and deter future violations. Mr. Parsons is a resident of Ward 1. Originally from West Virginia, Mr. Parsons moved to the district in 2005 to study law. In November 2011, he joined the district government in the Office of the Attorney General. Since March 2020, Mr. Parsons has served in a variety of roles at the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs and now the Department of Buildings, including Attorney Advisor and Regulatory Enforcement Administrator. In his testimony to the committee, Mr. Parsons said his vision for enforcement at the Department of Buildings is to streamline the customer service experience to quickly identify code violations and their consequences, clearly communicate the appropriate ask to the responsible party and offer a resolution for compliance, escalate, if necessary, violations to adjudication and, where appropriate, calling in a sister agency or referring the matter to another prosecuting authority, and ensuring that the department is transparent. Mr. Parsons' history and experience demonstrate that he can tackle complex issues in a collaborative manner. Without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The Print reporter approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed?
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next measure for markup is PR 25-389, Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee, Nikki Cardamone, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. The purpose of this resolution is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Nikki Cardamone for appointment to the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee to serve a term of 4 years expiring in November 15th, 2025. The Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee Act of 2018 created the Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee, which is a public body composed of non-government residents and agency representatives to support planning, policymaking, program development, and budgeting for successful educational outcomes for students in the care of DC. The focus of the coordinating committee is on district residents under 25 years of age who are incarcerated or detained by, or committed to and under the custody of, or otherwise under the supervision of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, the Court Services and Offender Supervision Agency, the Pretrial Services Agency for the District of Columbia, the Family Court Social Services Division, the Child and Family Services Agency, the Department of Corrections, and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Nikki Cardamone is a senior education attorney with the Children's Law Center's Healthy Together Medical Legal Partnership and the Guardian Ad Litem program. She represents parents and caregivers primarily in general and special education cases, as well as providing technical assistance and consultation to Guardians Ad Litem on education-related issues for youth who are the subject of abuse and neglect cases. Given her commitment to the mission of the coordinating committee and her experience on these issues, assuming that the committee approves this, the committee recommends the appointment of Ms. Cardamone to the Students in Care of DC Coordinating Committee. This legislation was introduced at the request of the mayor on September 18th of this year. The Committee of the Whole held a public roundtable on October 27th, 2023, and there was no testimony in opposition to the nominee. There's no objection. I'll move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Parker?
can you confirm where Ms. Cardamone lives? A better question would be, can you confirm whether or not Ms. Cardamone is a district resident?
I believe she's not a DC resident.
Thank you.
Further discussion? The vote will be on the print and report. Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
No.
Councilmember Parker votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The print and report are approved. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the report is filed?
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Next measure is PR 25-413, District of Columbia Retirement Board of Trustees, Adam Weir's appointment resolution of 2023. It should be the reappointment resolution. That would be one of the technical corrections. The purpose of this resolution is to reappoint Adam Weirs as one of the 3 council appointees to the District of Columbia Retirement Board. Mr. Weirs is a resident of Ward 5. If approved, Mr. Weirs would serve a 4-year term to end January 27th, 2027. We're gonna double check. I think he's a district resident, Mr. Parker, but I don't know that he's still a resident of Ward 5. If approved, Mr. Weirs would serve a 4-year term to end January 27, 2027. Mr. Weirs holds a Bachelor of Arts degree from Morehouse College, a master's degree in financial accounting from Georgia State University, and a master's of business administration from Harvard University. Currently, Mr. Weirs serves as the Chief Operating Officer for Trammell Crow Company, where he administers the investment committee and executive committee processes and oversees marketing. The DC Retirement Board is an independent agency of the District of Columbia government. It manages 2 plans, the DC Police Officers and Firefighters Retirement Fund and the District of Columbia Teachers Retirement Fund. While other cities and states are struggling to figure out how they are going to pay their government employees when they retire, the Police and Firefighters Retirement Plan is over 114% funded, and the Teachers Retirement Plan is over 98% funded. Indeed, taken together, the district's plans are the highest funded public pension system in the United States. Such success is a direct result of the prudent and wise management of the plans by the Retirement Board trustees. Moreover, because of the collaborative atmosphere between the Retirement Board and the Council, the Board and the Council have been able to work together on issues such as fossil fuel divestment, and this too contributes to a success of the plans managed by the Retirement Board. And I might note as well diversification of fund managers. They are committed to that and have been working on that. Mr. Weir's experience on the board, because this is a reappointment, as well as his knowledge of finances and investment, make him a valuable member of the Retirement Board. This resolution was introduced by me on September 19th, 2023. The Committee of the Whole held a public roundtable on October 31st, 2023. The committee received no testimony or comments in opposition to this reappointment. Without objection, I move both the print and report with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm told he's a Ward 3 resident.
Okay.
Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wanted to ask about the membership of the Retirement Board. What is the number of members?
Man. There are 3 appointed by the council, 3 appointed by the mayor. That's 6. There are active firefighters, police, and teachers. That gets us to 9, and a retired firefighter, police officer, and teacher. That gets us to 12, and 1 ex officio. Not sure if she can vote, from the CFO's office.
All right, and how many of those individuals, members, are any required to be DC residents?
I think the statute is quiet on that. I believe that might be some non-residents, but they would be the firefighters or police officers or teachers. I don't have their addresses in front of me, so I don't.
And I do understand why some of those members might not be DC residents, because we do not require our firefighters. In fact, we don't require our first responders to be DC residents. But I do question the flow of resources out of the city on a regular basis when we have a preponderance of these individuals, perhaps not DC residents, And we can't really tax the money that we're paying them, I guess, because they don't live in the city. So I was just very curious about that. I think it's an area that we need to look closer at because we're looking at how we spend our money in general. When things get tight, you begin to tighten the belt. So just wondering if we would want to look at that. And I understand that their salaries are pretty high.
Well, the board has a fiduciary responsibility, unlike most of our boards and commissions. They manage roughly $10 billion in assets, and those assets are to the benefit,
I
belong
understand.
to the police, fire, and teachers.
Yes.
That's why they're active and retired from all three of those vocations. The council appointments, our rules generally require, we went through this discussion a couple months ago, that appointments by the council should be DC residents. We do waive that from time to time. I take seriously trying to find individuals who are DC residents. Mr. Weirs is a DC resident. Mr. Blanchard is a DC resident, and Mr. Bress is a DC resident. Those are our three appointments. The mayor has three. And I believe that, well, I know one of the mayors is vacant, and the other two, I believe, are DC residents, Joe
Alright.
Clark and Tracy
Are the
Harris.
mayor's appointees,
don't
male
come
or
before us.
female, or
Well,
are
you-
there
you know,
any
you could
female
look at the table in the
appointed to
report.
this important board?
So Tracy Harris is, I assume, a female.
The one. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
One of the retired teachers is a female. It's a fair point that there's not a lot of gender
That's great.
diversity.
I mean, we have many of the employees in the district government are female. And I just want to make sure that we are more adequately represented. So that's the nature
Now,
of my
Councilmember
question.
Bonds, I'm not feeling defensive at all, but I think of the roughly 70 appointments that I've either nominated or made in the last 3 months, that the majority of them are female.
Well, kudos to you, sir.
And I
Thank
believe
you.
virtually all of them are DC residents.
Thank you.
I'll be happy to share that list with you.
And I'm not trying to create a quiet storm here, but I'm just simply saying that this is something we've got to be conscious of. We talk a lot about service delivery, and we talk about the direction our government is moving in our communities. And women are in this community.
Totally.
And as long as I'm on this council, I'm going to stand up for us.
Councilmember Bonds, I will be happy to review with you all the
Okay.
appointments that I've made.
All right, well noted. Thank you, Chairman.
If there's no further discussion, the vote will be on the print and report with leave for staff to make technical conforming and editorial changes. What resolution are we on? Is this retirement board? Yes. Adam Weirs. Mr. Cash.
Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes,
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
yes,
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. The print and report are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Once the hearing record and report are filed.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Wait, this is getting a little rough here. We got two more. Without objection, I'm going to move them together. PR 25-417, Commission on Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, Andrea Jones, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. And PR 25-418, the Commission on Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes, Joanne Lamparter, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. The purpose of PR 25-417 is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Miss Andrea Jones for appointment to the Commission on Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes to serve a 3-year term to end on November 7th, 2025. And the purpose of 25-418 is to confirm the mayor's nomination of Miss Joanne Lamparter for appointment to the Commission on Out-of-School Time Grants and Youth Outcomes to serve for a 3-year term to end on November 7th, 2025. The commission is a public body composed of government agency representatives and stakeholders to support equitable access to high-quality out-of-school time programs for district youth. The commission coordinates among government agencies, targets grant making, collects and evaluates data, and considers the provision of training, capacity building, and technical assistance to out-of-school time providers. The commission shall consist of no more than 21 members. 14 are serving currently, who represent key community stakeholder constituencies or are district agency administrative heads or their designees. Andrea Jones is a committed and effective advocate for students with disabilities. Ms. Jones started her advocacy journey for special needs children in 2017 when her daughter was diagnosed with ASD. She realized the importance of early diagnosis and intervention for children with autism and has advocated for early intervention measures within the healthcare field. She has a passion for educating people on mental health to reduce the stigma in minority communities and increase education on early intervention. She is currently a member of PAVE, Parent Amplified Voices in Education. She is currently a member of Parent and Alumni Leadership Council for DC Public Charter School Board and an OSSI Surrogate Education Parent. Ms. Lamparter serves as the Artistic Director of Education and Theater for Change for Imagination Stage. I read that poorly. It serves as the Artistic Director of Education and Theater for Change for Imagination Stage. In this role, she has led the organization's school and community partnerships, theater, arts training programs, and the development of new work based on youth voices. Under Lamparter's leadership, Imagination Stage's youth programming has been featured at international festivals, national conferences, at local universities, and even on Capitol Hill. Ms. Lamparter is a leader in arts education and has over 20 years of experience serving government and nonprofit agencies, administering programs, researching, and teaching. Both of these measures were introduced at the request of the mayor on September 19th, 2023. And the Committee of the Whole held a public roundtable on both on October 27th, 2023. And with regard to both, the committee received no testimony or comments in opposition to the nominees. If there's no objection, I will move the prints and reports for both PR 25-417 and 25-418 in block with leave for staff to make technical, conforming, and editorial changes. Is there discussion? Mr. Cash, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Both the prints and reports for both PRs are approved unanimously. Madam General Counsel, are these two measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Once hearing records and reports are filed.
Madam Budget Director, do the measures fiscal impact statements comply with council requirements?
Yes, they do.
Without objection, these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. We will turn now to measures from other committees. The first is from the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, chaired by Councilmember Anita Bonds. It is PR 25-301. Director of the District of Columbia Department of Human Resources, Charles Hall Jr., Confirmation Resolution 2023. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Mr. Charles Hall Jr.'s nomination to the full council. The DC Department of Human Resources provides human resource management services that strengthen individual and organizational performance and enables the district government to attract, develop, and retain a well-qualified and diverse workforce. The agency offers executive management to district government officials and the agencies by providing personnel-related services to help each agency meet daily mission mandates. Moreover, the agency provides the government employees with a variety of services, including employee benefits, compensation guidance, performance management, compliance, learning, and development. Mr. Hall is currently the acting director of the department. He is a career-long human resources professional with 15 years of progressive responsibility and leadership. Prior to his appointment, he served as the Assistant Vice President of Human Resources and Payroll at the Baltimore City Community. He, in 2008, began his human resources career as an administrator. And from 2012-13, he served as the personnel generalist in the Baltimore City Department of Public Works, conducting a range of administrative actions to support continuity of the operations and achievement of core missions. More recently, through 2022, he honed his experience and leadership in the Baltimore City Schools, holding several leadership positions, including manager of the school-based staffing and director of employee engagement. With that, I want to present Mr. Hall's nomination for a full council vote. As a matter of business, his nomination would silently be deemed approved on December the 12th, 2023. And so today's vote would be to affirm that process. And so with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Are there questions? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next measure is from the Committee on Facilities and Family Services, chaired by Councilmember Janice Lewis George, PR 25-285, Director of the Department of General Services, Delano Hunter, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. PR 25-285, the Director of Department of General Service, Delano Hunter, Confirmation Resolution 2023 was introduced on June 15th, 2023 by you, Chairman Mendelson, at the request of the mayor. This resolution would confirm Mr. Delano Hunter, current acting director, as the permanent director for the Department of General Services, or known as DGS. The committee held a public hearing on the proposed resolution on July 13th, 2023, and it was unanimously approved at markup held on October 23rd, 2023. Actor Director Hunter has the experience and qualifications and temperament to lead the multifaceted work of DGS across its 7 divisions. Mr. Hunter is a native Washingtonian and Ward 5 resident with extensive district government management experience, having led the Department of Parks and Recreation, DPR, for 5 years, and simultaneously served as the interim director for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the ONE's office, from March of 2022 to March of 2023. Acting Director Hunter experience leading DPR included work with each of DGS's divisions, including its capital construction division, where he helped oversee more than 60 capital projects totaling $156 million. The committee received testimony from over 20 public witnesses related to Mr. Hunter's nomination. Several spoke in favor of him personally as a native Washingtonian, as a Ward 5 resident, as a well-regarded community leader. Several others, including teachers and parents from DC Public Schools, largely expressed concern about DGS's recent struggles with maintaining our public school facilities. Since taking over leadership of this committee in January, oversight of DGS has been a primary focus. Mr. Hunter has led in an acting capacity since March 2023, and his testimony focused on opportunities for DGS improvement. We organized a school and park readiness tours in all 8 wards earlier this summer. And Director Hunter and his team was with us throughout these tours. Together, we developed a list of work to complete to improve maintenance of these facilities systemically throughout the system. From the systemic issues we were able to raise during these visits and our first day of schools together this fall, here's a few of the things we plan to tackle together. DGS will strengthen its communication with client agencies, including DCPS, DPR, and other district agencies. We will continue to continue to do tours to resolve other systemic issues in other buildings, and we will continue to create communications between the council, DGS, and our community partners as well. Preventative maintenance. As capital improvements plan continues to develop, this will be more and more important as we transition into a predominantly preventative maintenance agency at some point. Preventive maintenance is going to go a long way, and this is what something we're going to focus on. Contractor accountability and work order integrity. We just had a hearing on this last month, but it's clear that many work orders are still getting closed out without the work really happening. So together, Director Hunter and I are putting improving accountability tools for vendors and to ensure school readiness. And lastly, training is a big area, ensuring all of our relevant client agency staff, like foremen and custodians, know how to use Salesforce is essential, and that Salesforce is going to be used to its greatest potential. There's more detail in our committee report posted on LIMS. And so I want to thank you again to Mr. Hunter for his willingness to take on this role and serve. And I request this resolution be placed on the consent agenda of our upcoming legislative meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Are there questions from members?
I have comment, Chairman.
Only questions are in order during committee of the whole. If you want to speak to it, you can put a non-consent.
Is that? All right. I'm trying to frame this as a question. Forget it. I'll just say it. You just cut me off. I'm in support of Mr. Hunter for a number of reasons. He formerly was the director of Department of Parks and Recs. And one of the things I admire about Mr. Hunter, that he didn't avoid the hard challenges and hard conversations, even when it wasn't a pretty conversation, right? In all parts of the city and all ethnicities, backgrounds of people in the district. And so DGS, I still don't believe that DGS need to be broken up, but in the interim, it is my hope that Mr. Hunter expand some of this leadership over at DGS so we can get some things done with our facilities who are in dire need of repairs and maintenance and just oversight. And so I want to thank you, Council Member Janice Lewis George, for this nomination through the mayor, and I'm in support of it today. And it's my hope to work closely with you guys. I know we did a few walks in the community, which I admire your leadership in that, to get our schools fixed up, our libraries, recreation centers, and all our facilities back where they need to be. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no questions, we will.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Councilmember Louis George, thank you for that presentation of the nominee. And I intended part of the hearing. I do have a question, as I wasn't able to ask on the record, but it's more or less around committee oversight. So there are obviously several projects that DGS manages throughout the portfolio. One in particular that has taken, what is this? At least 3 years at this point is the building of the first dog park in Ward 7. It would be the first dog park east of the Anacostia River that we've been working on since I became a council member. That we had a contractor, the contractor was fired, it's still not done, delays, et cetera. And so I just want to ask, I have had extensive conversations with Director Hunter about this project, but I just want to ask for the committee's partnership in working to ensure that this project is completed in the spring of 24.
Thank you for that question. We will absolutely work with DGS, with DGS as far as managing timelines and communication around the capital project. And so we'll be happy to work with you and ensure that that happens timely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Question, Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you, Chairman. I guess to Councilwoman Louis George, I wanted to know, when we talk about the acreage of green space that is managed by this important agency, does that also include the New Beginnings green space? I think it's something like 167 acres.
You're talking about New Beginnings, or are you talking about the or green space?
The green space, but it's in that, it's
Okay.
surrounding that property.
Yeah. So, okay, so yes, we are, but I do have pending legislation that I just introduced to deal with this issue. But as of right now, we do manage our forest lands. DGS does manage our forest lands and acres. But that did offer legislation to create an Office of Natural Area Conservation within DOEE to start handling some of that work that is pending, just because of my assessment of how those are being managed right now under DGS. And I think the expertise is housed in a different agency. So thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
If there are no further questions, Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next measure was reported out of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, chaired by Councilmember Brooke Pinto. PR 25-384, Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Pamela A. Smith, confirmation resolution of 2023. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I am moving to confirm our next Chief of Police, Pamela A. Smith of the Metropolitan Police Department. This is PR 25-384. The resolution was introduced by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor on September 18th, 2023, and the committee held a public roundtable on the resolution on September 27th, 2023. This confirmation comes at a critical time for both the district and the Metropolitan Police Department. The district faces significant increases in violent crime and property crime, while MPD similarly faces officer hiring and retention issues. The chief of the Metropolitan Police Department plays a crucial role in developing policing strategies, working with other agencies to ensure public safety, and protecting the safety and well-being of our MPD officers doing this important public safety work every day. Fortunately, I'm confident that Acting Chief Smith will be a strong successor to Chief Conti in this important role. Acting Chief Smith has demonstrated both her ability and her willingness to combat the issues facing our city and MPD. She has 25 years of law enforcement experience, ranging from patrol officer to chief of the United States Park Police, and issues spanning homeland security to workforce diversity. In her time leading the department so far, Acting Chief Smith has spearheaded several initiatives that have shown some positive early signs for improving public safety in the district. In particular, she has created a robbery suppression initiative, a violent crime suppression initiative, and a traffic safety compliance checkpoint program. She has also launched the multi-agency police and community together program and has published a detailed strategic plan for reducing crime over the long term. She has already become very involved in communities across the district, engaging residents at their homes, public safety meetings, safety walks, and responding to active crime scenes. And as she has begun working alongside all of the DC agencies by meeting with their directors, including the Department of Behavioral Health, to address violence and crime through a whole of government approach. I've been particularly impressed with her recognition of the important roles that families and faith leaders have in improving public safety, and her continued effort to reach out to these communities, speak with them, and listen to them on what they need. Acting Chief Smith has been focused on strategies to retain officers and improve officer well-being. In particular, I understand she has been continuing Chief Conti's work to use a cultural assessment of MPD conducted by the Police Executive Research Forum to identify additional areas for improvement. None of these issues will be easy, but after working with Acting Chief Smith for the last several months and hearing her public testimony and the testimony of our public witnesses, Mr. Chairman, may I have 30 additional seconds?
No objection, 2 minutes.
After working with Acting Chief Smith for the last several months and hearing from her at our public roundtable, as well as countless public witnesses, most of whom in support of her nomination, I believe that she has the ability, the experience, and the commitment necessary to do this job well. The nominee's confirmation resolution was unanimously approved by my committee at a markup held on October 24th, 2023. I understand that the resolution has now been placed on the non-consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. I look forward to voting in support of Acting Chief Smith's confirmation, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from members? Stress questions? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
This measure will be placed on the non-consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next next 6 measures were reported out of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, chaired by Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie. The first is PR 25-261, Launchpad Development 3, DC, LLC, Revenue Bonds Project Approval Resolution of 2023. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-261 would authorize the issuance, sale, and delivery in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $32 million of District of Columbia revenue bonds in one or more series, and authorize the loan of the proceeds of the bonds to assist the borrower in obtaining funding to secure a long-term leasehold interest in its current Ward 5 campus operated as Rocket Ship Infinity Community Prep, located at 5450 3rd Street Northeast. This is one of 3 schools operated in the district by Rocket Ship Public Schools, DC. The committee received testimony and support from the executive indicating that this project satisfies the requirements of Section 490 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. With that, I would move that the resolution be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. If there's no objection, Mr. McDuffie will present the next 2 resolutions which concern the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board together. PR 25-388, Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board, Donovan W. Anderson, Confirmation Resolution of 2023, and PR 25-475, Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board, Silas H. Grant Jr., Confirmation Resolution of 2023. Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move to the next two measures, as you mentioned, in block. The first is PR 25-388, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board, Donovan W. Anderson, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. This proposed resolution will confirm the reappointment of Donovan Anderson as a member of and as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for a term to end on May 7th, 2027. Mr. Anderson has served on the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board since 2015 and currently serves as the chair. Outside of his board service, Mr. Anderson is a dedicated public servant, has been an advocate for DC families with special education needs for nearly 20 years, both inside and outside of the school system. In 2000, he started his own law firm that specializes in representing families of children with special education needs. He received his Bachelor of Arts from Colgate University and a Juris Doctor from Georgetown University Law Center. Mr. Anderson is a 22-year resident of the District of Columbia and currently resides in Ward 7. During the committee's markup, we had a conversation about the importance of ensuring geographic diversity on the ABC board, given that it is home to a number of residents that are currently unrepresented on the board. We believe that there's additional members on the board, and I have been in conversations with the committee and the executive office of the mayor to ensure that we meet this goal. Additionally, I know there have been some other concerns raised about the ABC board and its role it has to improve public safety in the district. We've been in touch with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration about that very point, and they've assured me and my team that this is a priority for them as well, as has been demonstrated in their actions. The next resolution is PR 25-475, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board, Silas H. Grant Jr., Confirmation Resolution of 2023. This proposed resolution confirms the appointment of Silas Grant Jr. as a member of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board, succeeding Ed Grandis for a term to end on May 7th, 2027. Mr. Grant has dedicated his life to community engagement and activism in Washington, D.C. metropolitan area and dedicates much of his time to volunteerism as well as developing the next generation of public leaders. He served as an elected official in the District of Columbia as a former advisory neighborhood commissioner and a former chair of the Ward 5 Democrats, and has assisted in the implementation of gang and violence prevention programs throughout the District of Columbia. Mr. Grant received the Bachelor of Science in Accounting from Hampton University, and he is a Ward 5 resident. I also want to just reiterate something that I shared during the committee's markup. Mr. Grant has a deep background in working on public safety issues, so that's going to help enhance the ABC Board's ability to respond to district residents and businesses' public safety concerns. With that, I would move in block and ask the resolutions be placed on the agenda for the council's November legislative meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, are these two measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Yes.
Madam Budget Director, do the measures, fiscal impact statements comply with council requirements?
Yes.
Without objection, PR 25-475 will be on the consent agenda, and PR 25-388 will be on the non-consent agenda. It's right now listed as consent, but it will be on non-consent. Bill 25-71, Children's National Hospital Research and Innovation Campus Equitable Tax Relief Amendment Act of 2023. Councilmember McDuffie.
The purpose of Bill 25-71 is to permanently enact the substance, the emergency and temporary legislation passed by this council earlier this council period. This bill amends the CD requirements that are conditions of the real property tax exemption provided in 2020 to Children's National Hospital to support the redevelopment of the Research and Innovation Campus located at lots 824 and 826 in Square 2950. The original tax exemption required Children's to meet 35% CV subcontracting spend requirements on an annual basis. This bill changes the annual spend goal to a project-based goal, giving children more flexibility in the construction of the campus without lowering the overall subcontracting spend requirement. The bill also changes the enforcement provision for penalties in the event the spend goal is not met. All of these changes are supported by the Department of Small and Local Business Development. That I move and ask that the bill be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Is there a fiscal impact?
There is not.
No objection. This measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Bill 25-126, Life and Health Insurance Guarantee Association Amendment Act of 2023. Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of Bill 25-126 is to address changes in the long-term care insurance market and update the district's framework for addressing insurer insolvencies. Under existing law, the Life and Health Insurance Guarantee Association intervenes in the event of an insolvency of a long-term care insurer to process the orderly payment of certain statutorily guaranteed benefits owed to the insolvent insured policyholders when there is a shortfall after the liquidation of the insolvent insurer's assets. The association pays these benefits by assessing current health insurers or life insurers that hold a health insurance license. In practice, when a long-term care insurer goes insolvent, health insurers bear approximately 80% of the assessment costs, and life insurers with the health insurance licenses cover the remaining 20%. This balance of cost sharing in the event of an insolvency is problematic because over time, the long-term care insurance market has shifted from primarily health insurers to now mostly a few life and annuity insurers. This bill is based on model legislation recently enacted in most states to establish a more equitable assessment system to better protect consumers and stabilize the insurance market. First, the bill would change the association membership by requiring all health maintenance organizations to be members. Second, the legislation would change how a long-term health care insurance insolvency is assessed from having only health insurers assessed for the insolvency of a long-term care insurer to having both health and life insurers assessed. Third, the bill would make changes to the operation of the association by removing the insolvency provisions in the Health Maintenance Organization Act of 1996. In its place, the bill will require HMOs with members in the district to be covered by the insolvency provisions administered by the association. Finally, the legislation will allow the association to file for justified rate changes, clarify health and care products covered by the association, and increase the board membership to between 7 and 11 members. The committee received testimony describing how fragile the long-term health insurance market has proved, including the impact of a relatively recent high-profile insolvency. These reforms reflect a shift in the types of carriers that now offer these policies and enact a more balanced approach of how different types of insurers will share in future assessments after an insolvency. This time I move, actually, I think we have it on the legislative agenda to move an amendment. So I could wait till that point. If you prefer, Chairman, I can move it now.
Well, it is on non-consent on the agenda, so let's leave it there. You'll move the amendment there.
Sounds good.
Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Is there a fiscal impact?
There is not.
And this will be on the non-consent agenda because there's an amendment that was circulated and I believe linked on the agenda. Bill 25-150, Motor Vehicle and Homeowner Insurance Prior Approval Rate Filing Amendment Act of 2023. Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you. The purpose of Bill 25-150 is to address a recent trend in motor vehicle and homeowner insurance markets in a district where insurers have been requesting double-digit rate increases. In some cases, the increases have been in excess of 20%. In response, the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, also referred to as DSB, sought legislation to change how insurers file for rate increases from the file and use standard that exists under permanent law to a prior approval standard proposed in this legislation. The practical problem identified by DISB with the file and use standard was that the department is often unable to review the rate filings and consult with the insurers to substantiate the rate increases before the rate increases take effect. The bill changes the rate filing standard for motor vehicle and homeowner insurance rate filings to prior approval and gives the department time to review the filings and ensure that the rate increases are neither excessive nor discriminatory before they become effective. Insurers are also required under this bill to provide at least 45 days advance written notice of any rate increase. A version of this legislation was passed as emergency and temporary legislation by the council in March and May of this year. This bill now tracks the substantive provisions of the temporary bill. I ask that this be placed on the consent agenda for the legislative meeting to follow.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Is there a fiscal impact?
There is not a fiscal impact.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next 12 measures were reported out of the Committee on Health, chaired by Councilmember Christina Henderson. The first is PR 25-386, Sense of the Council on the Opioid and Fentanyl Epidemic Resolution of 2023. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-386, the sense of the council on the opioid and fentanyl epidemic resolution of 2023, urges the mayor to declare the fentanyl and opioid crisis in the district a public health emergency, recognizing the seriousness of the situation and committing sufficient resources to safeguard the well-being of district residents. Between 2018 and 2022, opioid-related fatal overdoses in the district more than doubled, from 213 to 461 lives lost. In 2023, the city is on track to experience an increase from 2022, as there were already 296 opioid-related fatalities in the district as of a report from a couple of weeks ago. Alarmingly, more than 90% of the opioid-related fatal overdoses in the past 3 years were linked to fentanyl or its analogs. The district's non-fatal overdose rate is even higher. In FY23, FEMS reported to approximately 5,261 suspected cases of overdoses, with emergency personnel administering Narcan in about 2,435 of those cases. The United States Department of Health and Human Services has already declared a national public health emergency in response to the opioid crisis. Neighboring states of Virginia and Maryland have also done this. It is important for the district to do the same. When the public health emergency is declared in the district, it initiates a comprehensive response plan. It also empowers the district to implement necessary policy and operational changes and heightens public awareness about the severity of the situation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move this resolution.
Are there questions from members? And this will be on non-consent. Mr. White.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember Henderson. The statutory powers for the mayor under emergency powers are very extensive and includes procurement authority without regard to the law, the power to destroy property that's real property or personal property in the District of Columbia, to take land, to regulate or stop distribution of resources, food, to limit utilities, detain people. They are very extensive. We balance that against what is a very real emergency in our city. Hundreds of people losing their lives because of opioids, and we're not doing enough, and we have to do more. So my question is, should the mayor agree to declare an emergency, Councilmember Henderson, would you be open to evaluating the scope of powers that we offer?
Yes, Councilmember, thank you so much for that question. So as we discussed at the breakfast, because this is a sense of the council resolution, we don't have the ability to tailor specifically what we would like to see, as the mayor would have to issue that order. But I've spoken with her twice on this matter, and I feel like prior to her moving forward on something, the council will have the opportunity to see specifically the parameters. I don't think either party has an interest in some broad reaching or broad spanning authority in the same way that we saw during the public health emergency. As with the opioid crisis, we wouldn't necessarily be asking the public to do particular actions in the same way that we asked them during COVID, whether it's wear a mask or stay home or anything to that effect. And so I think this is really tailored around how do we, one, execute a very coordinated response plan to stabilize and bring our numbers down. And two, how do we ensure that the funding that we have received, even from some of the opioid abatement settlement dollars, do not get hamstrung in bureaucracy such that the money never gets out the door.
Thank you. Councilmember Bonds for a question.
Yes, for a question. Thank you very much, Chairman, and to Councilwoman Henderson. I wonder, in your discussions with the mayor about the extent of her exercising her authority, would you consider a chat about the utilization of group homes in communities? Because if we're talking about an epidemic and we're speaking of the need for utilizing these resources to bring down the count within the epidemic, it stands to reason we may have to create living environments that would help with that. And I just wondered if you would consider approaching that subject matter.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Bonds. That hasn't necessarily come up specifically in my conversations with the mayor, but it has come up in conversations with the Department of Behavioral Health. We have we don't have an adequate number of residential treatment facilities, particularly as it pertains to young people, for instance. So DBH actually currently has I don't know if it's a NOFA or RFA out now soliciting individuals to operate a residential treatment facility for young people. But those types of conversations are happening with the Opioid Abatement Commission, whose next meeting is tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. This measure will be on the non-consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. If there's no objection, the next four measures, all pertaining to the Health Benefit Exchange Authority Executive Board, will be moved or presented in block. They're PR 25-401 to confirm Henry J. Aaron, PR 25-402 to confirm Gabriella Mossi, PR 25-403 to confirm Leighton Koo, and PR 25-404 to confirm Tamara Watkins. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-401 nominates Dr. Henry Aaron for reappointment to the HBX board for a term ending July 6, 2025. He has served on the board since its founding in 2012. Dr. Aaron is a senior fellow in the Economic Studies program at the Brookings Institute and is the former chair of the Social Security Advisory Board. Dr. Aaron has nearly 50 years of scholarly experience and is a national expert in Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, tax and budget policy, and healthcare costs, financing, and access. He earned his PhD in economics from Harvard University, and he is a Ward 1 resident. PR 25-402 nominates Gabriella Mossi for reappointment to the HBX board for a term ending July 6, 2026. Ms. Mossi has served on the board since October 2020 2020. She leads the Uptown Community Initiative, a district-based nonprofit that addresses commercial revitalization. For the last decade, Ms. Mosi has served as the executive director of the Washington English Center and the director of program and resource development at the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Foundation. She is a Ward 1 resident. PR 25-403 nominates Dr. Lee Tin Koo for reappointment to the HPX board for a term ending July 6, 2025. Dr. Koo has served on the board since its founding in 2012. He is a tenured professor of health policy and management and the director of the Center of Health Policy and Research at George Washington University Milk Institute School of Public Health. Dr. Koo is a nationally recognized scholar in health policy and health services research with more than 25 years of experience. He earned his PhD in health policy from Boston University. He is a Ward 1 resident. And finally, PR 25-404 nominates Tamara Watkins for reappointment to the HPX board for a term ending July 6, 2027. Ms. Watkins has served on the board since 2015. She has over 21 years of experience in the biotech and pharmaceutical industry. She is currently executive director for oncology, United States Value and Access at Amgen. She also has led programs at Amgen to improve coordination of sales and marketing to meet the needs of consumers. She is a Ward 6 resident. Mr. Chairman, we held a hearing on all of these nominations and they did go through markup through the committee. So moved. I ask that they be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, are these 4 measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Yes.
Madam Budget Director, do the measures, fiscal impact statements comply with council requirements?
Yes.
Without objection, these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. If there's no objection, the next 3 measures, which concern appointments, confirmation of nominations for appointment to the Board of Psychology, be considered in block. PR 25-406, which would confirm Dr. Jeremy Cosney. PR 25-407, which would confirm Dr. Joette James. PR 25-408, which would confirm Dr. Anthony Jimenez. Hearing no objection, Councilmember Henderson for all 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-406 nominates Dr. Jeremy Cosney for an appointment as a licensed psychologist member for the board to serve for the remainder of an unexpired term ending on November 30th, 2024. Dr. Cosney is a licensed clinical psychologist in the district. He's the founder of Capital Therapist Collective, a private practice. He holds several training certifications, including from the APA Emerging Leaders in Psychology. Dr. Cosney earned his doctorate in philosophy from Palo Alto University. He's a Ward 5 resident. PR 25-407 nominates Dr. Joette James for a reappointment as a licensed psychologist member for the board for a term ending November 30th, 2025. Dr. James is the director and owner of Alina Assessment Services. She specializes in the diagnosis and assessment of individuals with neurodevelopmental disorders, particularly autism and Asperger's syndrome. Dr. James has served as an expert witness in various states, testifying on issues such as competency to stand trial. Dr. James earned her doctorate in philosophy and clinical psychology from Northwestern University, and she is a Ward 1 resident. Finally, PR 25-408 nominates Dr. Anthony Jimenez for reappointment as a licensed psychologist member of the board for a term ending November 30th, 2025. Dr. Jimenez, a licensed psychologist and current chairperson of the board, operates a private practice focusing on adult therapy. He provides counseling, psychotherapy, and specializes in sex offender risk assessment with expertise and experience working with the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. He received his PhD from Florida State University. He's a Ward 6 resident. Again, Mr. Chairman, a hearing were held on all 3 of these nominations, and I ask that they be placed on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, are these 3 measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Yes.
Madam Budget Director, do the measures, fiscal impact statements comply with council requirements?
Yes, they do.
Without objection, these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The next three measures concern the Board of Optometry. If there's no objection, I'll ask Councilmember Henderson to present them in block. They are PR 25-414 to confirm the nomination of Dr. Lisa Johnson. PR 25-415 to confirm the nomination of Dr. Gregory D. Foley. And PR 25-416 to confirm the nomination of Dr. David Reed. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-414 nominates Dr. Lisa Johnson for reappointment to the Board of Optometry. Dr. Johnson is currently the chairperson of the Board of Optometry, which she has served on since 2002. She has practiced optometry in the DC area since 1985 and has experience working with children, seniors, and persons with disabilities. Dr. Johnson earned her Doctor of Optometry from Pennsylvania College of Optometry. She is a Ward 4 resident. PR 25-415 nominates Dr. Gregory Foley for appointment as an optometrist registered in the district. Dr. Foley has spent 15 years as a licensed optometrist in the district. He's a fellow of the American Academy of Optometry, the American Optometric Association, and an associate member of the DC Optometric Society. He earned his Doctor of Optometry from Pennsylvania College of Optometry and is a Ward 2 resident. And PR 25-416 nominates Dr. David Reed for reappointment to the Board of Optometry. Dr. Reed has served on the board since 2002. He is currently a licensed optometrist practicing at iCentral Doctors of Optometry and has over 35 years of experience providing optometry services and consultation. Dr. Reed received his Doctor of Optometry from Massachusetts College of Optometry, and he is a Ward 3 resident. A hearing was held on all three of these nominations and moved through the committee. I ask that they be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from members? Madam General Counsel, are the three measures legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, they are.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete for each?
Yes.
Madam Budget Director, do the measures' fiscal impact statements comply with council requirements?
Yes, they do.
Without objection, these measures will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. PR 25-477, Board of Occupational Therapy, Frank Gaynor, confirmation resolution of 2023. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PR 25-477 nominates Dr. Frank Gaynor to the Board of Occupational Therapy. Mr. Gaynor is currently the Vice President of Meetings and Events at the American Occupational Therapy Association, as well as a professor at Howard University's Department of Occupational Therapy, and has been a practitioner in occupational therapy for 48 years. Mr. Gaynor previously served on the Board of Occupational Therapy from 2001 to 2009, and then again from 2014 to 2018. Mr. Gaynor earned a Master of Health Science and Occupational Therapy from the University of Florida. He's currently a Ward 2 resident. A hearing was held on his nomination, and I ask that this nomination be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions from members? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. The last measure is PR 25-420, Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, Tiffany Crow, confirmation resolution of 2023. Reported out of the Committee on Public Works and Operations, chaired by Councilmember Brianne Nadeau. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. The purpose of PR 25-420 is to confirm the mayoral appointment of Tiffany Crow as the Director of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. This resolution was introduced September 19th, 2023 by Chairman Mendelson at the request of the mayor and was the subject of a public roundtable held by the Public Works and Operations Committee on November 1st, 2023. Ms. Crow brings to DLCP over 15 years of experience, including 5 years in the district government. Immediately prior to this appointment, she served as Associate Chief Technology Officer and previously spent several years at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Functions of DLCP are critical to the effective functioning of the district government and the economy. After a period of significant change and transition, this is a time for the agency to establish stability, performance, and public trust. I believe Ms. Crow has the experience and management skill needed for the task ahead. In the time she has served as acting director, I found her to be engaged and responsive. She has been present in the community and appears to give considerable strategic thought to how to implement new agency initiatives and mandates like the Street Vendor Enforcement Amendment Act that went into effect this year. I want to note for my colleagues that the mayor relied on an interim director at DLCP since the agency's establishment on October 1st, 2022, far longer than the 180-day limit. I hope this is a practice we do not see any more of. That said, I'm looking forward to working with the LCP's very first permanent director. I think it's also nice that we're doing the same for Mr. Hanlon at DOB on the same day. I move the measure and request that it be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there questions? Madam General Counsel, is the measure legally and technically sufficient for our consideration?
Yes, it is.
Madam Secretary, is the record complete?
Yes, it is.
Madam Budget Director, does the measure's fiscal impact statement comply with council requirements?
Yes, it does.
Without objection, this measure will be placed on the consent agenda for today's legislative meeting. Sorry, guys, but I think we've run out of agenda here. We will take a brief break. No, probably 10. Wow. So. 2:55. It is 2:41 PM and this meeting's adjourned. That's enough time for me to. I have 3 reports from the last meeting for you. Do you want me to give them to you now or later? I'll put them on the round.
Yeah. It's weird.
I did not. Somebody didn't mention that at the committee of the whole. For members' benefit, this is page 4, item 10. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Parker, PR 25-389.
That is correct.
All right, is on non-consent. Are there other changes?
And Mr. Chairman, a question, PR 25-388, are we moving that off?
It was put on non-consent, so, but thank you for pointing that out because members should know that on page 5, number 17 is on non-consent. Are there any other changes to the consent agenda? Hearing none. We have the consent agenda with 2 items removed. We're gonna have a roll call vote. Correct, Madam Secretary? On the consent agenda as revised.
Councilmember Robert White,
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Tran White,
Yes.
Councilmember Tran White votes yes. Councilmember Allen,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman,
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George,
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie,
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson,
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau,
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker,
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto,
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The consent agenda is approved unanimously. So before us now is PR 25-389, Students in the Care of DC Coordinating Committee, Nikki Cardamone, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. This was marked up in the committee of the whole earlier today. I'm not going to repeat all the presentation. This is confirming the mayor's nomination for appointment, Nikki Cardamone. So moved. Discussion,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Parker.
I just want to make clear for the record that my only objection of this nomination is that she is not a district resident. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can do this by a voice vote. The vote is on PR 25-389. All those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Are there any opposed? Mr. Parker, you were
Please,
recorded.
Mr. Chairman, please record me as being opposed.
I believe all members are present. The majority prevails. The resolution is approved. Mr. Parker will be recorded as no. The next measure is PR 25-388. I'm on page 5. The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board, Donovan W. Anderson, Confirmation Resolution of 2023. Mr. McDuffie.
So move.
Is there discussion? I am going to be voting against this, which is why it's on non-consent. At the breakfast, I noted that there was correspondence that I had received from an ANC commissioner indicating difficulties that ANC commissions are having with the ABC board because of rulings by the chair, which is Mr. Anderson. And I'll read some of this into the record. ANCs often have to use the protest process to gain additional time to negotiate a settlement agreement with an applicant. We often have not developed the specific arguments, but do have an idea that the issues would fall under the allowable reasons for the protest, the most common of which is impact on peace, order, quiet. 1 week before the protest hearing, the parties, including protesting ANCs, are required to submit a protest information form. There seems to be no issue with any of that. However, at the hearing, Chair Donovan Anderson has regularly ruled that unless the specific arguments are included in the original protest letter, the arguments are inadmissible. Please note that protest hearing is often over 30 days after the protest petition deadline. This puts ANCs in a terrible position of having to lay out their arguments for the protest even before the ANC has had a chance to fully flesh out the concerns of the community in a cohesive manner that can be articulated. In the case of new applicants, Chair Anderson has ruled that unless an ANC presents specific evidence that the applicant is actually having an adverse impact, again, this is new applicants, even when the establishment has not started operating. In a recent case, the ANC attempted to show that there is an existing problem with the addition of a new establishment. No, that there's an existing problem and the addition of a new establishment would exacerbate the existing problem. How is an ANC supposed to prove that an establishment that is not operating is having an adverse impact on the community? It's impossible. Finally, many commissioners are not attorneys and as such are not well versed in the intricacies of the ABRA protest hearing process. Commissions often have an ANC commissioner represent the ANC on a case, and we have to go up against high-priced attorneys who do nothing but ABRA law. These attorneys regularly object to ANC cross-examination of questions, and Chair Anderson regularly rules in favor of the applicant. I will add, so that was reading from a letter from an ANC commissioner from ANC 6B, that there's one other person with whom I've spoken who is close to the process and who I spoke with before today's meeting to remember some of the concerns. And basically, they fall under this, that Chair Donovan Anderson maintains that when there are issues of public safety, such as cuttings and shootings inside establishments and even right outside by patrons of that establishment, that the position of the chair is that it is, quote, outside our lane, unquote, and therefore not considered. So I've not talked to members about this other than at the breakfast, but I am not comfortable with this nomination. I recognize that the board is struggling with a quorum. I also would note that the mayor only sent this down, what, a month and a half ago? And so this is moving very quickly, which might speak to why there's not been more noise about this. But I'm just simply not comfortable with voting for confirmation of a member who is making it difficult for ANCs to represent their community and is not sufficiently concerned about public safety in ABC establishments. Thank you. Further on this?
Mr. Chairman.
Let me recognize Councilmember Lewis George. I'll come to you. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to speak to this. I will be voting yes on Mr. Anderson, but I do want to raise some of the conversation I had with him and assurances for the record as he moves into this, potentially moves into this new term. I have raised issues from some Ward 4 constituents regarding last minute changing of hearing times and poor notice. And therefore, some of those constituents were unable to appear at a protest for a hearing times that had changed last minute. I talked to Donovan about the impact that has on our community and what impact that has. And he made assurances that that was something that they would look at as a board and ensuring community members who have set hearing times would be able to have it happen at that time, especially those who may be taking a break from work to do that and then having something move last minute that prevents them from notably being able to testify. I've talked to him about some of the scrutiny on businesses who move from nearby jurisdictions, who have a number of violations that have added up from a prior jurisdiction. In Ward 4, we share borders with Montgomery County and PG County, and oftentimes businesses will move from who've gotten violations in those jurisdictions will move from the Silver Spring side of Georgia Avenue to the northwest side of Georgia Avenue and cause issues. And so I've asked that when we look at these businesses who are seeking licenses, that we look at their past behaviors in nearby jurisdictions. Lastly, I talked to him about some of the locations of cannabis shops, particularly on Kennedy Street. We have a cannabis shop that is directly next door to a early child care center, and just talked about when we look at approving those as we look to when February happens, what that scrutiny will look like. With my conversation with him, he assured that they were going to address some of these issues. And so I say this on the record so that my community members who have reached out to me and talked to us about a great deal, that we will stay vigilant and work together to make sure that they have better processes in the future. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Pinto. Get to you last.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair McDuffie, for moving this nomination today. I'm going to be supporting it, but I do just want to note and ask the board to consider their larger impact on public safety as we have additional incidents that we're seeing around the city with late night establishments, with guns being brought into some of our nightlife establishments, certain incidents where nightclub owners have assaulted people who have been protesting their application. All of these connections to public safety are really important for the board to take seriously as they're considering applications and considering the follow-up enforcement that's required to keep our alcohol and nightclub establishments thriving and successful, and to make sure that they are good partners with our public safety goals in all of our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I appreciate the concerns that are raised, and I think the public safety concerns are very serious. And I appreciate my colleagues raising them. I've raised similar concerns with the board and have had conversations with members of the board in the past, with the director of the agency, and frankly, the director of APCA is one of the most responsive directors in DC government, and I think he takes his job seriously, and I think his team provides a service for our city that is consistent with the seriousness in which I think the director takes his job. In terms of the board specifically, you pointed out that there's a quorum issue, Mr. Chairman, and I mentioned that at today's breakfast. And while there is a quorum issue in this nomination, as well as that of Mr. Grant, who was confirmed on consent, are moving quickly, I don't think that is the reason. Well, I'm telling you, it's not the reason why people have not raised issues in the past. I think it's important to point out that Mr. Donovan is a reappointment. This nomination that we voted on today is a reappointment. This would be his third appointment. He was first appointed and confirmed by the council in 2015. So I think concerns that ANCs or others have would have been a part of the record. I think it's important to note for my colleagues that no ANCs opposed in written testimony or oral testimony before the committee. Nobody opposed Mr. Anderson at the hearing. I want to thank Councilmember Lewis George because not only did she raise very important issues with Mr. Anderson, she actually took the time to reach out to him before today. And she involved my team. We helped to coordinate that call, and I think it was productive. And I don't want to speak for her, but I think she plans to support this nomination today, and I appreciate that. You and I had an opportunity to chat, Mr. Chairman. I do want to note, though, that I think the letter you referenced, you read from, uses ANC commissions in the plural, but I think it's only representative of a single ANC commissioner. Perhaps he's been authorized to speak on behalf of his commission. That's not clear, but I don't think he represents multiple commissions, or at least that's not what was conveyed to me or anybody on my team about this nominee. And so these issues are important. And I think frankly, if you look at the record, like for example, when tragically Blake Bozeman was killed inside Crew Hookah Lounge, that the board acted swiftly in response to MPD and shut it down temporarily. And my staff monitors these hearings, and we take this seriously, and we're going to take the concerns raised seriously and engage both Donovan Anderson as well as others on the board to make sure that ANC, civic leadership, and ordinary residents who are impacted by ABRA and APCA establishments are having their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. If there's no further discussion, I think we can do a voice vote on this. All those in favor of PR 25-388, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Please record me as voting no.
Mr. Chairman, please record me as present.
I'll be recorded as no. Mr. Parker will be recorded as present. And the motion or the resolution is approved. The next measure is on page 8, Bill 25-278, School Student Vaccination Amendment Act of 2023. This legislation was approved on first reading. This is final reading today. And I'm moving it today. This was approved on first reading on, I believe it was September 19th. The report was not filed right away, which is why it was not taken up at the October meeting. The primary purpose of the bill is to remove on a permanent basis the requirement in the law that all students in the district, this would be pre-K through high school, have to have the COVID vaccine. So while that would still be recommended, the bill does not recommend it. It's still recommended by city officials. It would no longer be a requirement. The bill also makes some other changes to the law with regard to the immunization requirements, but I would say there's nothing that's really significant there. It's all explained or was explained in the report. And with that, I move the bill. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment. So we worked on this legislation together, and just to clarify for the public that this is a requirement that hasn't been in place for school year 23-24. So there hasn't been any student who's been excluded for this particular vaccine. However, all of the other required pediatric immunizations have moved forward. Thank you.
And that's correct. By temporary legislation, we delayed the effective date of the mandate. So it's not in effect for this year, as you noted.
Correct.
There's no further discussion. We'll try a voice vote on this. No? Ooh, I've been corrected. Madam Secretary, you'll call the roll. The vote is on Bill 25-278.
Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. And Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved final reading unanimously. The next measure is Bill 25-55, Pathways to Behavioral Health Degrees Act of 2023. So moved. There's an amendment nature of a substitute that was circulated yesterday. Looking at the memo covering that circulation, the ANS amendment nature of a substitute includes mainly technical and clarifying changes with a few substantive changes, which include a 3-year rather than 2-year work commitment for individuals who participate in the program. The addition of a clawback provision should an individual not complete the 3-year work requirement, and striking the requirement that participants must have graduated from a district LEA, local education agency, or be currently employed by the district government or district healthcare provider. This broadens the eligibility pool while still requiring postgraduate service in the district. The thrust of this legislation is to essentially fund a scholarship program at UDC for an academic program that it has already initiated, in the hopes that this will help get more social workers and behavioral health experts, professionals in the district. So I move the amendment nature of a substitute, and I think I can do this, which is then I circulated another amendment that I worked out with a couple of council members that revises the clawback provision to add the phrase that the service requirement is 3-year minimum, provided that in extraordinary circumstances beyond the individual's control, UDC may waive or prorate the obligation to return all of the financial assistance. So I move that amendment. So what we have before us is the amendment nature of a substitute with this amendment I just noted. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. White, Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. After reviewing the gaps, both within the human services system and the public safety space, it became clear that the behavioral health specialists, including social workers and counselors, are essential in addressing many of the challenges we face in the district, including homelessness, crime, and growing mental health needs. There's a high demand for social workers and counselors, but we don't have enough professionals to meet those needs, leading to staff shortages and competition between agencies and nonprofits for the same small pool of people. To respond to these challenges, I introduced the Pathways to Behavioral Health Degrees Act of 2023 to offer a Master of Social Work program at the University of the District of Columbia, offering free tuition to district residents. This bill aims to create a pipeline of specialists from our communities who can work in our community in times of crisis and prevent such crises from happening in the first place. And after your amendments, these participants will give back by working in the district for at least 3 years after receiving their degrees. I want to thank you, Chairman, for your support in getting this legislation over the finish line. I support your proposed ANS after some tweaks that I understand my staff worked with you and your team on related to the clawback provision. Before I close, I also want to thank our colleagues, Council Members McDuffie, Bonds, Allen, Nadeau, Gray, Pinto, Lewis, George, Fruman, and Parker for co-introducing this bill, and thank my legislative director, Katie Whitehouse, for doing the heavy lifting on this bill and getting it over the finish line. I'm excited that when we pass this legislation, it will go into effect more quickly because we already funded it in the FY24 budget. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. What's before us is the amendment nature of a substitute with the second degree amendment attached to it. Any further discussion? We'll have a voice vote on the amendment nature of a substitute with the second level amendment attached to it. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Mr. Chairman, can you please record me as voting present?
Let me ask if there are any no votes. I don't hear any no votes. By voice vote, the amendment nature of a substitute with the second level amendment are approved unanimously with Councilmember Henderson present. So we have the bill as amended before us. Discussion? Guess we're doing roll calls, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray. He's I just can't hear. Okay, his sound is off.
Yes, your audio is very low, Mr. Gray, but we think you're saying yes.
Yeah, I can see you shaking your head.
Right.
Councilmember.
I'm saying yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Henderson.
Present.
Councilmember Henderson shall be recorded as present. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. And Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill as amended is approved unanimously. The next measure is Bill 25-312, Health Professional Licensing Board's Residency Requirement Amendment Act of 2023. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief as I presented this already. The bill is intended to address the high number of vacancies within the health professional licensing boards, which are responsible for licensing and conducting disciplinary hearing proceedings for the district health workforce. Among the 19 health professional boards, none oversee health professions where more than 40% of the licensed professionals are district residents. With one board, or only 8% of its health professionals are district residents. On average, only 19% of health professionals licensed under these boards are district residents. I'll give you a couple of examples. Board of Medicine has 5 out of 15, or a third of its seats that are currently vacant. Similarly, the Board of Nursing has 11 seats and 7 vacancies. The Board of Psychology has 5 seats and 2 vacancies. It's even more difficult for boards who have small number of professionals licensed in the district. So for example, of the 145 licensed podiatrists in the district, 8%, or 11 individuals, actually live in the district. Of the 232 optometrists licensed in the district, 14%, or 41 individuals live in the district. And I can go on and on. The bill would change the requirement to require that only 50% of the seats held by professional members of the health licensing boards be district residents. The bill would not change the current requirements that all consumers, as well as the chairperson of the board, be a district resident. To ensure that non-district residents serving on boards are committed to the district, the bill adds several additional eligibility criteria, including that in addition to being licensed in the district and engaged in the practice of the health occupation for at least 3 years, non-district members must continue to actively practice in the health occupation covered by the board in the district for the entire time that they're members of the board. Non-resident members must have a physical practice in the district where they practice for at least 20 hours a week. They must also demonstrate that their practice is not primarily telehealth. Added on to that, the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments must verify on an annual basis that board members meet the requirements under this legislation. We voted on this once already, but so moved again, Mr. Chairman.
So the measures before us, is there discussion? Roll call vote? I'd be happy with voice votes, but I'm being told we're going to do roll call votes. Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
No.
Councilmember Parker votes no. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trahan White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trahan White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is approved final reading. First reading and vote on proposed bills, Bill 25-126, Life and Health Insurance Guarantee Association Amendment Act of 2023. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the bill and I'd like to move an amendment that was previously circulated.
The bill's before us, and Mr. McDuffie, you're moving this amendment.
Yes, and the Am I on the right page? So after discussion with the American Council of Life Insurers and the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, I'm moving this amendment to introduce applicability language to the bill. This language would mean that those who are entering the Life and Guarantee Association due to this legislation are not liable for an insolvency until the date the bill is enacted into law. The applicability language has been enacted in other jurisdictions that have enacted Life and Health Insurance Guarantee Association reform as well.
We have the amendment before us. Is there discussion? If there's no objection, the amendment will be deemed approved. The amendment is approved. We have the bill before us as amended. Discussion. Guess what? Roll call vote.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 13 yeses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The bill is as amended is approved unanimously. First reading. I will turn now to resolutions. The first is PR 25-384, Chief of Police, Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department, Pamela A. Smith, confirmation resolution of 2023. Councilmember Pinto.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
I knew somebody would come forward. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Acting Chief Smith comes to us with experience and after having done significant outreach across the city. As I've said many times, I have found Acting Chief Smith to be accessible, and she delivered results for Ward 5 at a time when Ward 5's Brooklyn community was under siege, having the highest robberies in the city at the end of the summer. The district is facing a crime crisis, and it will require all branches of government working together to advance real solutions to address alarming rates of carjackings, homicides, and violent crime. While I appreciate the high-level plan that Acting Chief Smith has published on MPD's website, there still remains a need for a much more detailed proposal for how we're going to drive down crime in the district. I've shared with all members of the council a letter I sent on October 23rd to Acting Chief Smith, following up on the auditor's October 20th letter. In my letter, I asked the chief for reassurances on three things. First, that she would work collaboratively with the auditor as it investigates the appropriate level of officers needed at MPD. Second, that she cooperates with future studies, including an investigation about whether or not white supremacist organizations have direct ties with MPD. And third, that she will commit to fully and expeditiously holding officers accountable with proven misconduct. That said, I share the auditor's concern that deferring responsibility of rank and file officers to FOP is concerning. What's more, going back to all branches of government working together to address our crime crisis, there are two things that I hope the council continues to zero in on. First, our closure rates within MPD and providing Acting Chief Smith whatever support she needs to improve the department's efficacy, and ensuring that the USAO and the courts hold people accountable for violent crimes. Take, for example, robberies in the city, which are a concern. MPD only clears about 35% of robbery cases. And from there, only 26 of robbery cases are papered by the U.S. Attorney's Office, which doesn't account for the drop in rates for those actually convicted or the drop in rates for those who are offered plea deals. Let's take assault with a dangerous weapon. MPD clears only 57% of cases, while the USO only papers 38% of all ADWs, which does not account for fewer convictions and plea deals. coupled with the funding that the council continues to provide MPD, today's vote for Acting Chief Smith is the council working with the executive, doing our part in supporting MPD to improve its efficacy and closure rates and getting individuals who commit violent crimes off the streets. There is a needed conversation about the ways in which the USAO and subsequently the courts have an important role to play as well. I plan to vote in favor of confirming Acting Chief Smith, understanding she has a tall order in front of her to present concrete plans for how she will improve MPD's efficacy while closing more cases, while building deeper relationships with the community, while closing ranks within the force amidst complaints that MPD's leadership may be at times at odds with her, while building trust, and at last, while addressing rising violence. I continue to stand ready to do everything I can to advance public safety on behalf of Ward 5 neighbors and district residents, and I look forward to continued partnership with Acting Chief Smith. Thank you, Chair Mendelson, who seems to be distracted, so I will continue. I'm sorry.
I'm paying attention, Mr. Parker. Further discussion? Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Bonds, I knew it would happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for moving this measure today. I voted in support of Acting Chief Smith in committee, and I will again support her appointment to be Chief of Police today. I agree with the chief's whole of government approach to addressing the crimes and behaviors that impact the livability of our communities and neighbors' feelings of safety. The opioid crisis in the city is certainly linked to the violent crime we are seeing, and Chief Smith is able to solidify cross-agency relationships and improve community policing to meet the needs of all affected residents. I trust that she will, because lives are very much at stake. I have high hopes for Chief Smith. I also have expectations. MPD needs to be consistently responsive to constituents and to commit to better follow through. MPD's culture and morale must also improve if we want to retain and recruit officers. And MPD must also be willing to collaborate with other agencies to address problems that only collaboration, real collaboration, can solve. I know this isn't an easy job, but I anticipate that the chief and I won't, I know that this is an easy job, and I anticipate that the chief and I won't always see eye to eye. While I expect that we can agree that I expect that we can agree on this. She'll be transparent and accessible, forthcoming in her interactions with the council, and that she'll hold the force to high standards. She has already been very responsive in the community and engaging, and I know that she will strive to make MPD one of the best departments in the nation. Chief Smith is an accomplished leader and has an opportunity to develop a public safety vision, not only addresses, but prevents crime. I hope she seizes the opportunity for the betterment of district residents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. I am joining in my support for Acting Police Chief Pamela Smith as Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. I've had several conversations with her, and I feel her passion for the community and for serving people. And I think that's one of the requirements that we have before us today. She has demonstrated that she's a good communicator, and her leadership style gives our community hope. I believe she has the background and the leadership qualities that can repair the relationship between the police department and the community it serves. She's shown us that she has personal convictions and has a clear vision as it comes to public safety and law enforcement. I've seen her multiple times at community meetings and neighborhood walks, and I was impressed by her willingness to engage people directly without assistance from other officers or senior MPD staff. And I must say, I was extremely impressed with her conducting her in the street response to criminal activity by herself. That's outstanding. In these moments, she stands firm and strongly embraces her role as police chief and accepts responsibility. As a leader, it is clear that she understands the weight and the severity of the position for which she has not taken lightly. I appreciate the initiatives and strategies that she has advanced and that are in fact showing some fruit. And I look forward to more as it relates to prioritizing what happens in our community, traffic safety, and of course, tackling this rising crime situation we've been confronted with for a few years now. Since she became acting chief, we have seen carjackings as well as we continue to see robberies and those kinds of things that community is extremely fearful of. And so I'm very hopeful that we will see more in the direction of bringing those issues down. And we're looking forward to her also having the strength and the will to work with the officers of the Metropolitan Police Department. That's very, very important. I know that she doesn't make the direct assignments, but I'm expecting her to get in there and make sure that the assignments are assignments that work in the community so that we all can begin to feel safe again. I appreciate her accepting the job, but that's not good enough because I, like all of district residents, expect her to do the job. So thank you very much, Chairman. I'll close on those seconds that I have. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chair. The chief took on her role at an incredibly difficult moment for our city. The crime and violence in our city is impacting every community and every neighborhood, and instilling fear and pain among so many DC residents, from dropped 911 calls to evidence not being able to be processed here in the districts, to cases not being closed, to charges not being filed, and to people failing through the cracks of our system. DC residents across our city are tired and desperate for solutions. They need every agency in our public safety system to work better, more strategically, including MPD. And they need us to stop with pointing fingers and blaming, but to be together across the district, working to make sure our residents are safe. And we can never lose sight of the reality that crime prevention is not only the work of law enforcement, but also rental assistance is crime prevention, job training is crime prevention, that fighting poverty is crime prevention, that mental health care is crime prevention, and substance abuse treatment is also crime prevention. Adequate education systems, after school programs are crime prevention. Breaking cycles of violence depends on us addressing these underlying causes too. I have met with Acting Chief Pamela Smith and spoken to her about the issues we have in Ward 4. When it comes to Ward 4, I know we have continue to have great hardworking commanders and captains at 4th District, but the frequent changes in 4th District leadership make it harder to rebuild trust, and the relationships are necessary for effective policing. I have emphasized the need for stable leadership at 4th District from here on out. Additionally, the acting chief has expressed a commitment to implement several of the changes our residents have been asking for from MPD, having more officers on foot patrols rather than in cars, and engaging with a public servant attitude and mindset. Improving MPD community engagement through the weekly multi-agency safety walks in every ward, which my office and constituents have participated in, and emphasis in completing investigations and closing cases. I am also moved by her experience with the child welfare system growing up, and I'm looking forward to working with her more since I'm chair of Facilities and Family Services Committee, which has oversight over CFSA. She's committed to working with our young people, and I think that you need that type of experience with what we are dealing with today in our community. I also want to add an important note that we need and expect Acting Chief Smith's full cooperation with the important studies DC is undertaking on MPD staffing and preventing officer ties to hate groups. I will be holding the chief at her word that there will be full compliance with both studies, which are critical for MPD to function well and build trust in our community. This is a time that requires bold leadership from our chief in the sole interest of the people of the District of Columbia. I ask that she boldly lead and not allow any group to circumvent her leadership, including the FOP. These important commitments are why I am voting to confirm Pamela Smith, and I look forward to working with her as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I did at the committee markup, I'm be supporting Chief Smith's nomination and certainly grateful for her stepping up into this leadership role. We had what is, as we've all said, a very difficult time. I'll certainly associate myself with all the comments that have made thus far. But there are three quick items I wanted to focus on in my comments as well. One of the things that when I'm talking with officers day in and day out that I hear officers be frankly demoralized from is watching officers that are doing their level best, making an arrest, and then seeing the lack of papering from the U.S. Attorney's Office. And it is very demoralizing to those officers. But most importantly, from a leadership perspective, they often tell me they never hear why that case didn't get papered, why that arrest didn't move forward. And the officers I'm talking to want to do their job better tomorrow than they're doing it today. So if something didn't go right, they want to know about it. And what I appreciate that Chief Smith talked about was working with the U.S. Attorney's Office to have U.S. Attorney representatives even going to the roll calls and the shift changes to help talk with officers, help provide that information. I think that type of very hands-on leadership and information sharing is going to be important, and I appreciate that. We've mentioned already several times about the cross-agency work. I think that's really important. At the hearing, I asked the acting chief about that, and my concern is that it felt like the acting chief is in a position where she's having to start those relationships anew, when what we want is for those to be baked in. We want, I mean, how many times do we say whole of government? We want those relationships to be built in, baked in with every agency. And I'll note when I go on a lot of our community walks with MPD, with Commander Hall and all the officers of the first district, rarely do I see other agencies there. And the way that neighbors want to see their government work is across all of government. And so we've got a lot of work to do there, but I know the chief has highlighted that as a priority. And the last thing I'll note is as we continue to work on recruitment, so that we are funding lots and lots of positions and hires, but we still struggle with recruiting, getting folks in. One of the things that Chief Smith talked about was reinstating in-person recruitment. You simply can't do recruitment from behind a keyboard. And so having that type of in-person activity that's going to work on recruitment, I think is a very good strategy. And I'm glad that she's putting that in place. And I think it's going to make a difference as we continue that hard work. So like my colleagues here, I am excited to be able to support this nomination. I think we all are rooting for her success, but we also recognize that combating the crime that we are seeing in our communities right now does not rest on her shoulders alone. And it is something that's going to have to take the entire government, all agencies, everybody has to step up and do their part of this job so that we can all be successful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Further on the Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Public safety is the #1 concern for residents right now with an increase in gun violence, theft, and carjackings. It's a critical time for us to work together with the executive and find solution. The interesting thing is that for all the finger pointing and heated debate and sometimes misinformation, we're really not that far apart. We all agree on the need for improving the tools the district already has, such as the 911 call center. We all agree the U.S. Attorney's Office must do more to respond to the current crisis. And we all agree that crime requires both policing and preventative work, such as making sure that after-school programming is fully funded and accessible to all kids, engaging community members to interrupt crew and gang activities before and after they begin, funding mental health services, and providing housing for people who have nowhere to go in the city. These social factors and violence are interconnected. I remember when the mayor nominated Pamela Smith to the role of MPD chief, I was looking for certain things like commitments to more community policing by officers with residents and businesses, increased presence of specialized units like the community patrolling unit and the robbery suppression unit. I was looking for real conversation about allocation of MPD resources, such as recruiting officers and installing mobile cameras and hotspots. I was looking for collaboration commitments between MPD and other agencies and groups similar to the Nightlife Task Force, which DDOT and DPW play a huge role in traffic safety and parking enforcement. This collaboration gives officers more time to go after crime doers. Since she came on board in July, I've spoken with Acting Chief about these things, and I've seen and heard what she has to say in council hearings, press conferences, and elsewhere, and I'm encouraged. I found her to listen and be willing to share and explain her vision. I invited her and she accepted my invitation to speak with Ward 1 residents on November 28th in the evening at the Festival Center, and I appreciate her openness. My work on an approach to public safety can be organized into three areas: prevention, policing, and prosecution. Chief Smith's in charge of one of those, policing, and plays a role in the other two. Even with $225,000 signing bonuses, MPD struggles to recruit more officers than the amount that leave the force every month. She faces the challenge of managing officer workloads throughout the city. And she's inheriting the forensic backlog problem, which has had significant impact on investigations and case closure rates. However, what I've heard from her so far tells me she will be thoughtful and deliberative. She wants officers out of their cars, walking the block, and speaking with residents and businesses. She's looking at how resources can be best allocated around the district. And that final category of work, prosecution, belongs to the USAO and OAG. We have no control over the USAO, which is a federal operation, and his low rate of prosecution is frustrating, to say the least. I want Chief Smith and her officers to have the tools they need to do their jobs, not to mention the ability to focus on the most critical crimes. The district has important tools that could be wielded even better. I believe Chief Smith understands and appreciates these many challenges, and I look forward to having her as a valuable partner and leader, along with Mayor, fellow council members, residents, advocates, and others in our shared effort to improve public safety. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Further, Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. I look forward to voting in support of Chief Smith's nomination today. I support Chief Smith, and I need her to succeed because we are in the midst of a public safety crisis, and we have got to get our arms around it. In order to do that, our department has to be able to recruit and retain the best and most competent officers. To do that, we have to listen to officers. We can't politicize this stuff. We can't point fingers. We have to listen to officers about why they're burning out, why they're not feeling respected, why there seems to be a continuation of sexual harassment within the department. And we have to address those things. I think that the city stands behind our department, and we need to make sure they have the resources and the things they need to stay in their roles. We need MPD to be able to close cases. That means we need to improve or change our relationship with the U.S. Attorney's Office. We cannot be a safer city if there is not consistent prosecution, and MPD doesn't do the prosecuting. That's done by primarily federal employees. But we have an opportunity and an obligation to understand for every case that is not prosecuted, why it was not prosecuted, what we need to do differently the next time in order to make sure there's prosecution. Because it's not the length or severity of sentences that is going to deter crime. It is the certainty of consequences. And right now there's not certainty. Again, that lies primarily with U.S. Attorney's Office, but MPD is our lead agency in working with them. And we need officers on the streets. MPD has been saying it's doing community policing for at least a decade and a half, but almost no community feels like they see that. I've spoken to Chief Smith about this. She believes that officers should be out of their cars in neighborhoods. When communities know the officers on the beat, they talk to officers. When people don't know the officers on the beat, they don't talk to officers. And if communities aren't talking to officers, we're not closing cases. So this is a public safety initiative, and I believe the chief wants to do the right thing here. Being the chief of police for MPD is a very difficult job. I'm glad someone with Chief Smith's resume wants it, but there is no way that she will be successful in making our city safer unless she has resources and support outside of the agency. That means mental health, education, jobs, taking care of communities. That is how we address public safety in our city. It is not solely with MPD. It is with the other things that lead to crime in our city. So I look forward to voting in favor of Chief Smith today and look forward to working with her in her new capacity. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I'm told, Councilmember Freeman, you wanted to be recognized?
Briefly. Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I too am looking forward to partnering with Chief Smith. I think from the start, her first comments went to the importance of community engagement, and I think that is a critical component. Addressing crime is got at least three components of it. One of it is getting at the root causes of crime. A number of my colleagues have spoken about that. We're not going to make this city safe until we've addressed the fact that thousands of people are out there without hope. That's fundamental. That's not her job, but I want her as an ally in that work. Then there's policing, and then there's prosecution. And in the policing space, she can't do her job unless she is deeply linked with the community and the community is with her. I think that all of the things that she said since she came on board is her commitment to doing that, her commitment to recruiting allies in the faith community, in different communities around the city in order to connect with our residents and our communities so the police department can do the best job it possibly can. I want to second a thing, maybe it's a fifth, because a number of people have spoken about getting police out of cars and onto the streets. And in Ward 3, in every place in the city, but in Ward 3, there are a number of places where it is really important that we get folks out of their cars and on the streets, forging relationships with the businesses, forging relationships with the residents, so that we can get at these issues. I really deeply hope that she will be as committed to that in action as she has so far in the way that she's spoken about it. This morning, we talked a lot about the issue with the auditor and transparency around these staffing issues. And I looked at the letter that Councilmember Parker received, and I see the claim that the FOP in the strongest terms said that contact or direct facilitating officers speaking with the auditor could be direct dealing in violation of the union contract, which puzzles me. Maybe that is the case, but that is not an effort to affect a negotiation. That's an effort to get a clear picture on how staffing is working. And we need that clear picture. And if the FOP thinks that getting that clear picture somehow affects their negotiating position, that worries me as much as anything else. We need to get that clear picture, and I hope that the chief will help us get that clear picture.
Thank you, Mr. Fruman. You know, I'm going to jump in. You would be second round. I'm going to jump in and just say, you know, I probably should not say this, but I find that the FOP is in the way and I cannot believe that the FOP has alleged that the auditor interviewing police officers about staffing, which is the task that the council asked of the auditor to look at staffing. 4,000 officers, 3,300 officers. How many officers does the police department need? And I think it makes a lot of sense for the auditor to talk to police officers and for the FOP to assert that that is an unfair labor practice is absurd. You know, we've been dealing with the FOP on other levels, like the House Oversight Committee, which seems to give deference to the FOP rather than, let's say, the chief of police or the mayor or the council. With regard to, if anything, I think the FOP has been contributing to demoralization in the police department. I'll repeat that. There were some heads nodding. I think the FOP has contributed to demoralization in the police department. So this notion that the FOP is asserting that this is an unfair labor practice to understand how many police officers we have is absurd. And I would hope that the chief, whom we are going to confirm, will push back on that. There was a second round. Anybody on first round? Who's not spoken?
Pinto.
Oh, that's right. You said so moved. That was so clever. That was so clever. Can I do Councilmember Parker and then let you wrap up? He doesn't have any more. Excellent. Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of my colleagues for your comments and for your commitment to improving public safety. I recognize in sharing this committee that this is an important issue to all of us. This is, as many have mentioned, the number one issue we're all hearing from our constituents every day about. And so I look forward to our continued collaboration on these issues, on the interventions that we can do at a council level, with additional oversight, with our budget investments, with legislative changes that I think will help fill some of the gaps that we're seeing. And I invite you all to be a part of the work that we're doing on the committee. We are working with MPD every single day. We are working with the U.S. Attorney's Office every single day. So a number of folks talked about some issues that we have with our closure rates, for example. I agree. We would love to see those up. I will say I am proud of MPD and the work that they do, which has higher closure rates than almost any city of a comparable size. So we should also be talking about that. But we can continue to work with them to see how we can get that up. When we talk about the declination rate for the U.S. Attorney's Office, some mention, we don't have direct oversight over them. True, but we do partner with them. We speak with them every day. And so when we are putting forward legislative packages and solutions, it is in order to fill those gaps, to drive down the declination rate, to ensure that our case closure rates are improved. These are all tied into our strategy as a committee. And I hope that I can continue working with all of you on those important efforts moving forward. And I'll just lastly say, as we continue to strive for this balance of MPD leadership and FOP and others in the department. I have 30 extra seconds.
Without
Mr. Chair.
objection.
The FOP represents thousands of officers. They are our officers. And so we can't really say on one hand, we need to focus on demoralization challenges with our officers and see what they need, and also be opposed to the FOP. The FOP are also our partners, and they are representing thousands of officers. And so we will continue striving to get that balance right between what we need to do with MPD leadership. I will say MPD leadership has stood up to the FOP in other regards, like when we passed disciplinary measures to make sure that somebody couldn't collectively bargain their way back onto the force. That was important, that was passed, and MPD leadership stood with us on that, even though the FOP was against it. And so there's always going to be a difficult balance. And we see this in other regards too, with schools and the chancellor and Washington Teachers Union. So there's a lot of these complicated arrangements. So I see the time. So I just wanted to note that a lot of the input that we're getting on what the Metropolitan Department needs comes from leadership, comes from Chief Smith, but it also comes from our officers who we talk to every day on what they need. So I just wanted to make those additional points, but thank you all. Thank you, and a pre-congratulations, hopefully, to our new chief.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. No, I don't. I want to go to a vote. I haven't heard from a single one of your constituents today, Mr. McDuffie. Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I plan to also vote to confirm Pamela Smith as the police chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. But I think it's important. I know there's been some comments about this, but it's important that people recognize no individual, be it the chief of police or any other department head, is the solution to the crime problem that we're seeing right now. She's the leader of that department. I think it's important that we have a strong leader of the Metropolitan Police Department during a time when morale is at one of the lowest points. I've seen it in my tenure on the council, more than 10 years. I've been pleased with the conversations that I've had with the chief about enhancing community policing. I think it is very vital that there is a higher priority amongst the MPD leadership in enhancing community policing, building, fostering better relationships with the public. I think it helps to lead to the ability of MPD to close more cases, both the quality of life type cases of retail theft that we're seeing, as well as the serious gun violence, homicides that we're seeing. It's encouraging to see the support that the chief has garnered from community members and civic associations. I've heard directly from people who support the chief, who've met the chief, who've appreciated the energy that she's brought to the position. I think we need a leader of this department right now, though, who is going to prioritize working across our criminal legal system to ensure that the accountability is happening in the system and that there isn't any finger pointing that we've seen over the last several months and in some cases for some years. Homicides, robberies, carjackings, and other violent crimes have reached a level that many residents have never seen before. And I know there are people like me on this dais and across the city who have seen these types of numbers or worse. But I refuse, and I know others refuse, to allow our city to return to a time when we were known as the homicide capital of the United States. It's unacceptable. The chief has expressed as much. Not only have I met with her in my office, but I also have the opportunity to work with her in the community along 8th Street recently, meeting with business owners, meeting with residents, and directly addressing some of the concerns that people have seen. She's got her work cut out for her. You all have talked about the FOP. It's going to take more than the chief. It's going to take more than a relationship with the FOP. It's going to take others who are part of this criminal justice system, including the U.S. Attorney's Office, the OAG, DYRS, DC Jail, Pretrial Services Agency, CSOSA, the courts, and Court Social Services. And so I look forward to continuing to work with her as she gets the department on track and that we reduce the violence that we're seeing across our city.
Thank you, Councilmember. We're going to proceed to a vote. Voice vote. We're going to have a voice vote on this. The vote is on PR 25-384. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is PR 25-386, sense of the council on the opioid and fentanyl epidemic resolution of 2023. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I presented this at the committee of the whole meeting. But I also, there was a recent report from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. And I just want to put some additional statistics on the record in case colleagues or members of the public haven't seen it. So this looks back to 2017 and it goes through July 31st of this year. In 2022, there were 461 opioid-related fatal overdoses with an average of 38 deaths per month. There have been a total of 296 so far in 2023 to date. I realized in a conversation with someone else earlier that perhaps when I use the terminology opioids, many people believe that it's prescription drugs, but in the district, our issue here is heroin and fentanyl analogs. There are some overdoses related to prescription opioids, but that is not the vast majority. In terms of demographics, what we're facing here in the district is quite unique. Approximately 72% of all fatal overdoses occur among adults between the ages of 40 to 69 years old. 29% of the deaths are among people's aged 50 to 59. So we're talking about folks who are seniors or in their early stages of being seniors. I'm trying to, I don't want to offend anybody in those numbers. 85% of all deaths are among Black individuals. It is most common amongst males. And in terms of where in the district we are struggling, the highest rates are in wards 5, 7, and 8. But for this particular year, wards 7 and 8 most certainly stand out. And so I just wanted to put those statistics on the record, but so moved on this resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Is there discussion? Councilmember Allen.
Thank you. I just want to weigh in briefly on this in full support here. I appreciate Councilmember Henderson moving this forward. Government is often risk averse. Government is often wary of taking the first step in doing something, and you add on top of that harm reduction, which really requires you to think about solutions to a problem in a very different way. I mean, I remember sitting here years ago when this council said, you know what we should do? We should probably have our police officers carry Narcan because they're probably going to be the first person on the scene with someone who's overdosing. And we had a police chief who gave us 18 different reasons why that was just an impossibility, would never be able to be done. And within a couple of years, that same police chief was in front of us proudly talking about how many times officers deployed Narcan to help save a life. I think time and again, this council has tried to push on harm reduction strategies and how do we treat this like the emergency that it is. To realize that we have more people, more residents, more neighbors that die of overdose deaths than are killed with gun violence. There's not a single person up here that wouldn't say gun violence is a public health emergency in our city. Why can't we say that for this? So I really appreciate that we're continuing to push. I think the council will continue to try to lead in this space, to create the urgency in this space. And I certainly hope that we find ways to partner across all of government, all branches, and really be able to realize that we are losing entirely too many people in this city to this. And there are things that we can do. So I appreciate the work here and the push, and I continue to make this an urgent and pressing matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further on the resolution, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I too want to thank Councilmember Henderson for her leadership on this. The Committee of Health has now held 4 or 5 different hearings about the opioid crisis. And I too am baffled why we can't treat this as the crisis that it is for our city, where more people are dying from overdoses than any other incident. And largely we are not addressing it as urgently as we should. I did want to, though, highlight a press conference that the mayor had last week. And she spoke about a sense of openness that she had in weighing and declaring a public health emergency. She also suggested that if the council wanted to act in name only, that she was not interested in that. And so I wanted to just give some concrete ways that by declaring a public health emergency, we can attack the crisis head on. One is accelerating getting money that has already been approved by the council out the door. The Committee of Health in our recent hearing with the Department of Behavioral Health Director Bazran confirmed that there has been no movement with addressing monies for Ward 5, Ward 1, and other parts of the city that are facing this crisis, and there doesn't seem to be any plan to have movement in the coming months. So a public health emergency would allow the freedom, the flexibility to get that money out. Sharing data. We now have access to data, but that is often several months behind. And by having more data readily available, we might be able to pinpoint solutions in real time. And then lastly, it has been said time and time again from providers that they want more money. They need more money from reimbursement rates. So that too could be something that by declaring a public health emergency, we could address. All that said, I am hopeful that the council can work with the mayor and the executive to treat this crisis as urgently as it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. If there's no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank Councilmember Henderson for introducing and moving this resolution. This truly is a crisis. What makes it all the more frustrating is we have the resources and experience to address it, but we're not capitalizing on those resources. In Ward 1, we've had struggles with substance use and behavioral health in certain areas for years. Residents, businesses, and others have expressed concerns about this. And, you know, my office has worked in coordination with many other folks in government and community, yet the behaviors continued and even begun to spread to neighboring areas. In an effort to combat the problem, Councilmember Henderson and I have funded a few pilots to provide targeted substance use and behavioral health outreach in specific locations most in need across the district, in hope of getting people the help and support so desperately needed by our residents. And I hope the mayor will hear us and agree that more needs to be done. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. If there's no further discussion, we will proceed to a vote. It's a resolution, so I think we can do a voice vote on this. The vote is on PR 25-386. All those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? I don't hear any no votes. The resolution is approved unanimously. The next item is Emergency Rental Assistance Program Funding Removal Reprogramming Request number 25-73, Disapproval Resolution of 2023. This was brought to the council by both myself and Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember White, you want to take the lead?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for co-introducing this disapproval resolution with me. The purpose of this resolution is to block the administration from removing over $20 million from the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP. ERAP provides one-time rental assistance to DC residents facing eviction. This program protects thousands of residents from eviction, which means it prevents people from being displaced, prevents homelessness, and gets landlords the overdue rent they need to maintain and improve housing conditions. In fiscal year 23, $43 million for ERAP was completely tapped out in just 5 months. For fiscal year 24, the chairman, working with my office, directed an additional $33 million in supplemental funds for ERAP for fiscal year 23, in addition to significant council-led investments in fiscal year 24. This funding was from undesignated federal ARPA money, for which both ERAP and rapid rehousing are authorized uses. This money can carry over between fiscal years until it's expended. In June of 2023, my team became aware of the Department of Human Services' intention to reallocate the $33 million that the council budgeted for ERAP to the Family Rapid Rehousing Program. Unfortunately, the administration didn't submit the reprogramming request until October of 2023, 4 months after my office learned of DHS's intent to reprogram these funds. During this time, 2 significant things happened. First, our budget team observed DHS utilized $20 million in contingency funds for rapid rehousing. Second, the ERAP portal reopened on October 1st of 2023. DHS is now staggering the opening of the ERAP portal in quarterly increments, accepting 3,500 applicants per quarter. The demand for the program was so overwhelming that the portal crashed within 2 days. DHS resolved the problem, but it only stayed open for 5 days because 3,578 applications came in 5 days. These 3,578 applications represent thousands of residents who, without this assistance, would be at risk of eviction. Of the additional money we budgeted for ERAP in fiscal year 23, the administration only used $4 million. Out of the remaining $29 million in fiscal year 23 funds that have rolled over, the mayor intends to reallocate $20 million away from ERAP to repay the contingency funds expended on rapid rehousing. My team worked closely with our budget team to identify potential alternative funding to repay the $20 million that was spent out of contingency funds. Unfortunately, I've received no substantive response from the administration on this alternative option. We have now been forced to move, 1 additional minute, Chairman.
Without objection.
Thank you. We've now been forced to move a disapproval resolution because of an emergency created by the administration and presented as a false choice between 2 programs, each of which support our lowest income residents. The need for ERAP is obvious, which is why we focused so much on it in the last budget. And we have already passed legislation barring unnecessary evictions from rapid rehousing without a transition plan. The families in rapid rehousing are currently being supported by contingency funds, and the administration has 2 years to repay those contingency funds. Therefore, disapproving this resolution today will not require any evictions, and the administration has time, 2 years, to find additional money if they don't agree with the funding I identified. That money doesn't have to come out of the Department of Human Services and doesn't have to harm low-income residents. I want to express my appreciation to the council's budget director, Jen Budoff, and her team in our budget office for their collaboration with my team and the chairman's team in addressing this issue. With your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, I'd like, particularly because we got a letter from the mayor today raising some concerns, I'd like to ask Ms. Budoff to share her understanding about the administration's choices here.
I'm just noticing that you're a minute 20 over your time. You asked for a minute, but sure.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So I think the first thing to say is that the council can always disapprove a reprogramming. You know, the budget is set by the budget that we pass every year, and a reprogramming is a request to change what we passed and was signed into law. And we, with all reprogrammings over 500,000, we can either passively approve them, which we do 99.9% of the time. And in very rare circumstances, we have, you know, a strong policy disagreement and we do a disapproval. And we can do that. And that's where we are right now. In the mayor's letter, she indicated that they submitted a proposal or an application to the federal government for the use of these funds, and that these funds are tied a portion to emergency rental assistance and a portion to rapid rehousing. You know, if that is the case, and I'm not going to, you know, opine on that, we can still proceed. The funds can be swapped between FRSP and the emergency rental assistance so that we comply with the letter of their agreement with the feds, and emergency rental assistance still has the full 33 million that we intended to be used in that program when we pass the supplemental budget.
I'm going to jump in here and give a slightly different way of framing this, which is, as you know, Ms. Budoff, and many members know, when we're going to the budget, we are constantly being told that there's something we can't do because it's contrary to some federal promise that the executive made that they never actually show us. I would have to say that, in a word, this argument from the mayor today is tiresome. It gets trotted out all the time. It is tiresome. But if you read it more carefully, one of the permitted uses for the funds is ERAP. That's what they say. One of the permitted funds is ERAP. So this just, I wish they would stop it. But I will add this. How often are we looking at issues, particularly with regard to social services, where we talk about we ought to be trying to help the problem or manage the problem upstream? Upstream is ERAP. Downstream is rapid rehousing. We know that we have a huge need, an overwhelming need with regard to emergency rental assistance. We talked about it at the breakfast, that our offices are getting requests. And what we're hearing from nonprofits is that they've run out of money for emergency rental assistance. I would rather help a family stay in their housing than to say, screw it, we'll deal with you at the downstream when you, we want to get you out of a shelter and we're going to put you in rapid rehousing. So I appreciate the way you've characterized it, Mr. White, as a false choice. The council has been a strong supporter of emergency rental assistance. This disapproval is consistent with that. Further discussion? Councilmember Tran White and Louis George.
Didn't see me. I'm not Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm deeply concerned about the state of the district as relates to our poor and working class people in the district. I've received, my office have receiving, as you heard from other colleagues, overwhelming calls, text messages about people concerned about where they're going to rest their head. Most people felt like they were going to get some type of safety net in October after waiting several months. And when October got here, the system was down, and then we got a notice that the system is closed or will open back up in January. So those who had previous eviction notices, facing frustration, anxiety, depression, about what they're going to do, to be even considered a DC resident anymore. Most of these residents are predominantly African-American, and brown Latino residents. And so we, at the council, even in executive, have an opportunity to help these residents with the money that we allocated. There's been a lot of time, effort, hearings, conversations during budget time, trying to get money into ERAP. And I want to thank my colleague, Robert White, also you, Chairman Mendelson, for helping to create this safety net. Now we're concerned that the money is sitting there while residents are feeling left out of the equation and not getting any help. And so I'm concerned. We should all be concerned, because quite frankly, as I mentioned in the breakfast, this is going to create some really dark times for residents of the District of Columbia. We talking about that the crime is up now. We can imagine what's going to happen when not just the low working class people are out, but everyday working class people don't have anywhere to live, don't have anywhere to go, don't have any way that destabilizes families, households, even going to school, right? I often interact with families who are in shelters across the city, is disrupting their children, several children going to school in the morning. So the trickle down effect of us not getting the money where it need to be is unimaginable. What we can do with the $20 billion budget, mind you, the highest budget I ever seen in DC history. The time is now to act. And so I support this, but I'm hoping that the mayor can chime in and do something to support our residents who go out here and try to make a living each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Louis George, followed by Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank you and Councilmember Robert White and both of your staffs for working together on this disapproval resolution and the work that you all continue to do. Emergency rental assistance is a lifeline for our residents that keeps our families from being evicted, becoming homeless, or being displaced. Last year, the need was so great for rental assistance that applications were closed only 5 months into the year, with 2 days notice. This year, DHS restructured the program to spread out applications throughout the year. And the need for this quarter was so overwhelming, as noted, applications closed after just 10 days. Like my colleague Trayon White, my office has been flooded with calls from Ward 4 residents that need rental assistance, but have nowhere to go to turn to. Now their applications are closed until January. And the service providers, nonprofits who have been able to step up, which I appreciate and we thank you, are as our last resort, are tapped out too. People who do have constituent services funds, thank you to the chairman who's tried to help some of our Ward 4 residents, are tapped out too. When someone in DC desperately needs help to keep their family housed, or our answer can never just be no. And right now we have to keep saying no. In our budget, we worked hard to reverse all the proposed cuts to rental assistance and add $35 million in funding for the programs. My Committee on Facilities and Family Services, with a relatively small budget, but we're able to still dedicate more than $2 million so DC families could help keep their homes. The idea that the administration would now take away $20 million from the ERAP program that our communities are counting on is unacceptable and would have a devastating impact on housing, on working families in DC. That is why today I'm voting to support this disapproval resolution against this reprogramming request and in support of rental assistance for DC residents who need it. While I am supporting this disapproval, I'm also requesting that DHS reopen the process for applications before January. We are entering the winter months, November, December. These are holiday months. This could be devastating and the impacts could be far reaching. Needing emergency rental assistance is not a quarterly issue. People and families are in need now and shouldn't have to wait. I hope the next reprogramming request that comes before the council is to move funding to ERAP and to ensure that residents don't have to wait. And I want to thank Councilmember Robert White and Councilmember Mendelson again for this. And I want to end, there's a quote that Jane Baldwin says is, "We have yet to understand that if I am starving, you are in danger." And I think that is what my colleague was trying to say. If people are starving, if they are unhoused, if they are not taken care of, we are in danger as a city, and we have to ensure that that is not the case. And reopening the emergency rental assistance is a way to do that. Thank you.
Councilmember. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to add voice to this particular issue. I know that we are very concerned about how do we keep people in their homes, as we should be. But I think beyond what we do today, and I believe we're going to pass this disapproval resolution, but we have to think about what's the future? What is really the future for families, our working families? We spent a lot of time in the past 10 years focus on those that didn't have homes. We said you're entitled to a home and we're going to make sure you have a home here. So we put all of our resources in that direction. Now we're confronted with those that said, we're working every day, we're in this community, and we just cannot make ends meet. And I am delighted that we're finally at this point, because all families that want to live here, and if we can find a way, should have an opportunity to live here. So I would say that we have, yes, public safety is our number one concern these days, as it should be. But we also, if we're serious as a community, we've got to begin to look at how do we help those long-term. If you're in rental housing, the landlord or the housing provider has expenses that constantly are going up. So we can't ask but so much from that side of the system. So are we going to put our resources into this situation that we find ourselves in? And that is the working poor, the moderate income households just can barely make ends meet. That's my question. I think you said this is for questions.
No, that was 4 hours ago, Councilmember.
Okay, all right. So now we're not, no more questions.
No more questions.
Okay, now just statements.
So was that a rhetorical question as in?
Rhetorical, yes. No, I mean, it's like if we're serious, we got to get serious. We have to put our money there. And yes, we do, a few million. Maybe we need to say we're going to have a pot that we filled with $1 billion that goes towards helping people who are working poor, as we like to use that term, helping them to stay in this city. We need them. If they work in this city, it's very important.
Thank you. I'm being mindful of the time because I would like us to be out of here by 5:30 maybe.
6
And
o'clock.
5:30 maybe, and we have at least one possibly loquacious measure coming up still. Anything further on this measure?
With that introduction, I will be brief. I just have a question for the budget director, if that's all right.
Yes.
Can you talk about practically what happens with the contingency reserves? I heard you or someone mention that the executive would have 2 years to replenish that fund, but what does that mean in practice if those funds are not identified?
Sure. So typically, at this point in the year, the mayor does a number of reprogrammings to repay the contingency cash reserves, withdrawals that were taken during the fiscal year to repay it by the end of the fiscal year. The next step is during the year-end close, while they're going through the ACFR process, there's surplus funds and they go through a waterfall. And one of the places that they would fall into prior to being excess would be into the contingency reserve. If there are no excess funds at the end of the year and the contingency reserve is still in a deficit, then pursuant to the Home Rule Act, we would have 2 years to pay back that deficit. So what we would need to do, or what the mayor would need to do in the FY25 budget and the FY26 budget, they would need to budget 50% of that 20 million. So 10.3 million repayment in the FY 25 budget and a 10.3 million repayment in the FY 26 budget. If all else fails in terms of year-end close and act for waterfall, so on and so forth.
But if all else does not fail, this reprogramming will be limited to this current fiscal year because the funds can still be identified from another source to replenish the contingency reserve.
Sure. So, I mean, I think the mayor has until today to do reprogrammings for the year-end close. So it probably won't be done through a reprogramming. Because this is like month 13 and we put in the LBA that she has until the 8th to do reprogrammings. But when they go through the ACFR process and they identify all of the surplus, it goes through that waterfall. And at first, fills up all of the reserves, and the contingency cash is one of those reserves. And then anything left over then goes to, PAYGO and HPTF. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Parker, and then we're going to go to a vote.
That was pretty much my question. It was more about process.
So then we will proceed to a vote on this. The vote is on PR 25-509. I think we can do a voice vote. All those, can we do a voice vote, Madam Secretary? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. The next measure is self-defense spray sale and transfer clarification emergency declaration resolution of 2023 PR 25-530. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a little bit technical in nature, so bear with me. But under current law, the definitions for self-defense spray and destructive device overlap by defining such items such as lacrimators, which is a chemical that irritates the eyes and causes tear production. Common lacrimators include mace, and pepper spray. While the possession and use of self-defense sprays are affirmatively permitted in DC law, the law does not address the sale of self-defense sprays. Consequently, the definition for destructive device is used when interpreting the legal ways that lacrimators may be sold or delivered in the district. Only those with a dealer's license can transfer, offer to sell, give, or deliver a destructive device in the district. So a local or internet-based retailer that otherwise has no other reason to have a dealer's license must acquire one in order to sell pepper spray in the district or to deliver it to a district resident's address. In everyday terms, this means that district residents cannot buy pepper spray from popular online marketplaces like Amazon. If you go on Amazon's site right now and try to buy a keychain of pepper spray, you're told at checkout that they cannot ship the product to the District of Columbia. This is because there are many independent sellers on Amazon's site, and few, if any, are licensed dealers of destructive devices here in the district. I should mention that we learned of this issue from an article in the Washington Examiner. After reviewing this language that we proposed here before us today, Amazon representatives confirmed that passing this legislation would allow for them to sell and deliver pepper spray to district residents immediately. This bill would simply clarify that the specific types of lacrimators that people in the district are already allowed to possess and use can be sold and delivered in the district. We talked earlier during the confirmation for the chief of police about the rise in violent crime, and believing that in this environment, district residents should have access to all the tools that could decrease their vulnerability or empower them to address threats to their personal safety. The current limitations on purchasing hurt residents, and we can fix that effectively today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Is there discussion on the declaration? By a roll call vote, Madam Secretary.
Councilmember Gray,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity that we've had to talk about what we want to have happen.
I'm sorry, but we're now doing a roll call vote. How do you vote, Mr. Gray?
voting aye.
Councilmember Gray votes yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
No.
Councilmember Trayon White votes no. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 no.
The declaration is approved. The underlying bill, Bill 25-560, Councilmember Henderson,
So move, Mr. Chairman.
discussion. I think we can do a voice vote. All those in favor of the bill say aye.
Aye.
Any no votes?
Chairman McCormick is voting no.
The bill is approved with Councilmember Trayon White recorded as voting no. The next measure is PR 25-512, Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, Sam Abbott, Confirmation Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2023. And the time is 4:57. I may at some point limit debate to 2 minutes per person, but we'll try 3. Mr. White.
Thank you, Chairman. I ask my colleagues to support this emergency confirmation. Interim Director Sam Abed is Director of Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. The Committee on Recreation, Library, and Youth Affairs held a roundtable on Mr. Abed's nomination on October the 10th. Without council approval, Abed's confirmation will be passively approved on November the 21st, which is before our next legislative meeting. Mr. Abed is well qualified, having served as Secretary of Maryland Department of Juvenile Services for the last 13 years. In that role, he successfully oversaw a budget of $280 million and managed the work of 2,500 employees. By running the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services, he recommended and oversaw the implementation of various reforms adopted by Maryland state legislators, including establishing a minimum wage of delinquency jurisdiction at age 13, prohibiting incarceration for misdemeanors except for firearm offenses, creating an Office of Equity and Inclusion in 2016, saved over $52 million annually by investing more in community-based interventions as opposed to residential services. During this tenure in Maryland, we understand that the youth crime declined significantly under Mr. Abed's work and opened a collaboration manner with policymakers, legislators, judiciary agencies, and constituents in a data-driven and result-driven system. Despite Mr. Abed's many qualifications, I do have some major concerns with DYRS, as most of my colleagues do. Just yesterday, my council colleague, Anita Bonds and I, and also a staffer for Councilman Pinto visited the facility and then wanted to address a number of issues such as staffing, safety, job training and supports, education, community-based interventions, past release supports, better system to get youth in placement on time, and many more. In fact, today I received an email from the mayor about there are 57 missing YDRs to date, missing from work. But I've heard Mr. Abed's action plan. We are expecting also to get his action plan by the 27th of this month with a draft by this Friday. And I plan on also holding a hearing in the next 45 days to give everyone a chance to weigh in on his plan with the improvements planned for DYRS. And I will continue to, hold hearings, go to the facility, make visits, and make those visits available to other council members, because this didn't happen yesterday. It won't change overnight, but I assure you, we will be steadfast in holding this agency, this director accountable if approved today. I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Further on this, on the declaration? Councilmember Parker? And then Robert White.
emergency resolution on whether to approve Sam Ebbett to lead DRS. Without a doubt, Mr. Ebbett has an impressive background and he comes with impressive accolades. After this morning's lively breakfast, I spoke with both the mayor and Mr. Ebbett to get a better sense of the work underway to immediately shift the culture within DRS and address several of the complaints that have come to light in the last week. A few things were illuminated. There does not seem to be a commitment to maintain the oversight office throughout the fiscal year. When pressed on Mr. Ebbett's plans to address the issues at the facilities, there were several highlights. One is around capacity. The YSC is at capacity and there is an attempt to convert an 11-bed unit within the facility, and Mr. Ebbett is working with DGS actively to convert that unit so that it may be available within the next 2 months, underscore 2 months. Also, Mr. Ebbett is working with OCP to accelerate contracts with providers, namely in Maryland, that would also expand capacity. The second theme was around violence. When asked about violence in the facility, Mr. Ebbett shared that they are moving to using keys as opposed to cards, and that the cards that are now being used have been adjusted to limit access within the facility. And the third theme is around staffing. In terms of staffing, there is a staggering 20 to 25% of staff on medical leave, about 57 individuals of almost 250 employees. Mr. Ebbett did say that he is planning to implement a quality assurance team to implement standards and to check in on ongoing progress. All that said, I did not get a sense that the young people or the staff at the facility today or tomorrow are safe, nor that there is an immediate plan to help turn things around. I originally entertained the thought of whether or not to introduce a disapproval resolution. I'm confident that that would not have passed, and so I'm going to save us a lot of time on that. And I have resolved not to actively try to get in the way of Mr. Abbott's confirmation. All that said, I cannot in good conscience ignore the ongoing complaints about DYRS while continuing to wait for concrete plans for things to turn around. I will be voting no, and I implore my colleagues to raise our standard for confirmations as we all want to do better oversight of DYRS. Lastly, I am pushing back on this confirmation because I care about how we address crime in this city. It may be suggested that because of the crisis in our city, especially among youth, that it is unacceptable for us not to confirm the acting director of DYRS. However, the crisis among our youth is the very reason I am demanding we do better, and insisting that the council use its primary tool of leverage and oversight and confirmation to see real changes at DYRS and a clear vision for the future before we rubber stamp yet another confirmation. Our city deserves better, and more importantly, our children deserves better. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I do want to acknowledge and respect.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting present on this nomination. And the reason I'm voting present and not no is because I believe that Mr. Abed is talented and will come in the door with the intention to do the right thing. But much of what needs to happen to turn around DYRS is above his head. He will need the support of the administration. And we at this point don't have a commitment from the administration that they're going to give him the support he needs to turn the agency around. What I don't want to have happen is have a good director come in, not be able to make the changes that he intends to make, then leave. And the new director will come and say, well, I can't answer for the last person because I'm new. And the same thing again and again and again. At some point, we have to get stronger commitments from the administration, from the mayor specifically, on the things that we believe are important. Some of the things that we believe are important here are the oversight office that is critical to this agency. It is not performing well right now. And the mayor has announced that she's going to get rid of this oversight office. That is not the right move right now. Now, there are serious questions about education, the quality and consistency of education in the facility, about safety of residents where multiple fights are breaking out, guards are being injured, neglect. Where do these young people make complaints? Do we know if these complaints are taken seriously? Mental health, access to mental health services, transparency on facility issues. The list goes on and on. If we don't have a firm commitment from the mayor that she is going to give Mr. Abed the resources he needs to turn the agency around, he just won't be able to do it. Doesn't matter what his plan says. And we don't have that. And I'm uncomfortable with that. So my prediction is that we're going to find ourselves in no better position months from now, despite having a talented director in place. This is our opportunity to get the commitment that we need from the mayor. And I think that we haven't gotten that and should pause on the nomination until we have it. I don't want my concern to be attributed to Mr. Abed, so I'm going to vote present as opposed to no, but these concerns are real. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Councilmember Trayon White for your efforts here as well. I will be supporting the nomination of Sam Abed to the role of Director of the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services. Mr. Abed has a tremendous amount of experience from his role as Secretary of the Maryland Department of Juvenile Services, and I think we're lucky to have him bring that experience to bear in the district. I will note that I am very concerned by numerous recent reports about failings that we've seen at DYRS. We've heard concerns that DYRS has a persistent shortage of shelter home placements for young people awaiting trial. Shelter homes are a crucial tool because they provide a controlled environment without needing to place a young person at a full detention facility like our youth services center. The YSC itself faces critical staffing shortages, resulting in some detained children spending large portions of the days on lockdown in their cells. There are also reports of guards being injured and even a brawl after 2 youths stole an ID badge last week. We all up here must prioritize the critical staffing needs in this year's budget. It is so vitally important to our public safety goals that our correctional facilities for youth and adults have the staffing they need. It's vital that DYRS fulfills its role in the district's public safety ecosystem by supplying a safe and controlled environment to house our most high-risk young people, while also doing all it can to educate and help rehabilitate them. We have a crisis of crime and violence in our city. And I do want to note, while a vast majority of the children in our city are not committing crime, about 99% of them are not committing crime, and they're doing the right thing. But for those about 1% of kids who are engaged in criminal activity, we're seeing very concerning trends. We've had over 800 carjackings this year. Over 60% of those have been committed by young people. We've had over 100 kids be shot this year. We are seeing more and more first offenses being committed with a firearm that used to be a 5th, 6th, or 7th arrest. And so it's imperative that we have someone leading DYRS with experience and a commitment to improving the agency and improving how the agency is working within our public safety ecosystem to fill the gaps that we see. And I am hopeful by my visits to DYRS and YSC and New Beginnings, as well as multiple conversations with Director Abed about what he's doing. They're now having Parent Watch have a location in YSC to better connect young people with families. There's more efforts around education, around recreation space for kids outside and inside during meal times, more opportunities to learn. And so there's a lot more work to be done, but I'm confident
Thank
that
you,
this director is the
Councilmember.
right person to lead that effort.
Thank you, Councilmember. Further on this? Yes, Councilmember Allen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate all my colleagues here, and I want to especially single out Councilmember Trayon White, who has been keeping all of us, I think, up to date and has been making personal visits. And so I appreciate the work that he has done, especially in the last week of that communication. I've chewed on this one for quite a while because from everything I have heard and seen, we have a nominee, an acting director who a lot of people have a lot of confidence in. And so I am hopeful and optimistic that this is an individual who's going to help run this department in the way that we need. Where I've been struggling with this is that we talked this morning about the fact that we don't actually have a plan or a vision that's been laid out. And he's supposed to be providing a response back to the council this Friday with an outline of a plan. But of course, that's going to come after we vote today. But I think most importantly for me is that this is an agency where we are proud of the fact that we have come out of the Jerry M class action suit. And yet, as we're about to have this vote, we're also being told that the administration wants to eliminate the office that is funded for the entire fiscal year and eliminate them in January. And this is the Jerry M Transparency Office. This is the office that keeps its eyes on DYRS facilities, its functions, its services, exactly because we have young people that are committing harm and being victims of harm. That type of transparency is crucially important to being able to both hold them accountable and rehabilitate them in the way that we want so that we don't see that reoffense. I don't want to have us find our way just kind of going through the back door back into a Jerry M day. The Department of Corrections has CIC, an independent body to try to help provide advice and reviews there. MPD has the Office of Police Complaints, an independent entity that helps keep eyes on there. And in the same way, this office helps with DYRS and helps us do our job. So I'm deeply concerned that that office is being proposed to be eliminated. I talked to several of my colleagues yesterday about this, and one of my colleagues talked about it at the breakfast meeting as well. If that is the case, especially since it's fully funded through the fiscal year, I think that we're going to need to move emergency legislation to ensure that that office remains and that function remains. And so I'm looking forward to working with colleagues on that, because I think that's going to be a crucial part of oversight to make sure this agency is able to do what it's supposed to do. So I'm not a no. I want the director to be successful, but I am not prepared to vote yes. So I don't want my vote to reflect poorly on the director that we're hoping will be successful. But in light of removing the office and ending it, I can't vote yes today. So I will vote present, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman.
So I wonder if I can use my time for a question. Councilmember Parker reported on conversations that he had, and the first takeaway, Councilmember Parker, was that there was no commitment to keep the oversight office in place. And I'm wondering where you had a couple of conversations. Which conversation is that from? Is that Acting Director Abed saying, no, we don't support that, we don't want to do that? Or is that the mayor saying to you, no, I'm committed to closing that office down?
It was from my conversation with the mayor. And to be clear, she did not say that she's not committed to keeping the office. What she did do at length was express her concern about the function of the office and argue why it may not be operating as the council originally intended. So from that, I took that there was no commitment to keep it past January.
All right, and I hear you on that. I mean, I am in a similar place to a number of my colleagues. I'm impressed by Director Abed, and I think that he will do a good job and will try to do a good job in very difficult circumstances. And so I don't see opposing his nomination. It has a little bit of a feel of, cutting off your nose to spite your face. And I think there are serious problems, and that the idea that we could have less transparency around this critical agency is deeply troubling. But I see it separately. Do we critically need a director there? And is this person qualified and with the best of intentions to run the agency well? So I will be supporting the nomination, even as I share in many of the concerns about transparency.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I do want to add my voice to this conversation as I in the last even couple of months have been having conversations with the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight about some of the work that they were doing. So for those who are not familiar, they do assessments. They have a dashboard that can show how many young people are in the facility at any given time. They were working on a behavioral health assessment, which I had a particular interest in because we had heard concerns around some of the medical services being provided at the facilities, given some staffing challenges. I raised these concerns, the staffing challenges, or my staffing concerns at the confirmation hearing for Director Abed. And I felt that, he's very clear-eyed in terms of the challenges that he has ahead of them, in terms of recruiting good staff, retaining good staff, and frankly, providing some stabilization to an agency that has seen a lot of turnover in terms of leadership and therefore turnover in terms of staff. But as many of you have already said, Councilmember Freeman especially, and I've expressed this to him, I've expressed this to the mayor, the deputy mayor for public safety, as well as their chief of staff, that I feel like the timing of closing down this office or potentially closing down this office when it is funded through the end of the fiscal year, and given some of the challenges that we have seen at the same time of increasing population, gives me pause. This is the time I feel like we need more transparency and more eyes on what's happening, as opposed to less. That being said, I feel as though these are separate issues. While Director Abed was open and responsive to my concerns around a decision to close this office early, I also know that it is a decision in some ways that's a little bit above him. And so I don't want to vote no on his confirmation. He's qualified. The individuals who testified in favor in support of his confirmation from his experience in Maryland all had glowing things to say, even when pressed in comments. And so I'll be voting to support this legislation today, but looking forward to working with my colleagues on perhaps emergency legislation to ensure that transparency and oversight continues for this important agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Not seeing anyone else. We'll have a vote on the declaration. This is PR 25-512. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
No.
Councilmember Parker votes no. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Present.
Councilmember Robert White will be recorded as present. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Please record me as present.
Councilmember Allen will be recorded as present. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray.
Yes.
Councilmember Gray votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 10 yeses, 1 no, and 2 presents.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Since there are 10 yeses, the declaration is approved. We have the underlying measure PR 25-513. Councilmember Trayon White.
So move.
Discussion. I think we can have a voice vote on this. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Are there any no votes?
Mr. Chairman, please record me as no.
Mr. Parker will be recorded as voting no. Are there any present?
Mr. Chairman, you record me as present, please.
Please record me as present, Mr. Chair.
Councilmembers Allen and Robert White will be recorded as present. The resolution PR 25-513 is approved. The next measure is PR 25-531, tipped wage increase implementation clarification emergency declaration resolution 2023. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In November 2022, the District of Columbia voters approved Initiative Measure 82, the District of Columbia Tip Credit Elimination Act of 2022. This act gradually eliminates the tip minimum wage through progressive increases until it eventually equals the district's minimum wage in 2027. The rationale for this measure stems from the timing of the initiative approval. Initiative 82 was originally intended to appear before voters on the primary election ballot in June 2022. But after a challenge to the petitions, the Board of Election determined that the initiative backers did not meet ballot access requirements because they failed to get signatures from at least 5% of the voters in 5 of the city's 8 wards. As a result, the initiative was delayed and appeared on the November 2022 general election ballot instead of the June primary ballot. Because of this delay, coupled with the standard time frame for the congressional review period, the law did not take effect until February 23, 2023. However, this effective date contradicts the language of the official act or law as approved by the electorate, which provided for the first increase to the tip minimum wage to begin on January 1, 2023. To avoid confusion about when the first increase to the tip wage actually occurred, the council enacted emergency and temporary legislation in January 2023 to postpone the first increase until May 1, 2023. This legislation, the Tip Minimum Wage Increase Implementation Clarification Temporary Amendment Act of 2023, will expire on November 30th, 2023. Without our intervention, the date of the first increase to the tip wage will retroactively revert to January 1, 2023, which will create further confusion among stakeholders. It is essential that tip employees in the district and their employers have clear guidance from the council about which minimum wage amount is applied between January 1 and May 1 of 2023. Specifically, we want to make sure that district employees do not pursue wage theft claims under the impression that they were entitled to a higher hourly rate under the original language of Initiative 82, especially between January and May of 2023. The emergency and temporary legislation before us today, may I have 10 seconds, sir? Before us today will ensure continuity in the law by maintaining
Councilmember.
May 1, thank you, 2023 as the effective date of the first increase to the tip minimum wage until this change can be permanently codified. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this measure and to continue to support the district's tipped employees and their employers during this transition period. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move this emergency.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember, this emergency is continuing action that the council already took.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, I'm just thinking that's a shorter statement. Is there further?
It's a shorter statement, but I think for the public's benefit, it was important to be as specific as
I'm just thinking
possible.
about it's 5:23
I
and
understand,
I
sir.
promised the council member
I
we
know.
would be out of here.
I got it.
I got all evening, but. other
Okay,
members don't.
well, you know,
You're
you
doing fine.
wanted me to be thorough.
I
I
apologize.
attempted.
No, I apologize. So
Okay.
we have the
All right.
declaration before us. Is there discussion? Not hearing any discussion. Madam Secretary, would you call the roll? The vote is on the declaration.
Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent, and Councilmember Henderson.
Yep.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-562. Councilmember Bonds,
So moved.
discussion. By a voice vote, the vote is on Bill 25-562. All those in favor say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? I don't hear any. The bill is approved unanimously. The next measure is Clear Lanes Bus Priority Enforcement Regulation Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2023 PR 25-528. Councilmember Allen.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Well, that was brief. Is there discussion? I'm not looking for approval at that end of the dais. Not hearing any discussion, we'll have a roll call on the declaration. I do believe the declaration was explained in the memo that you circulated.
I'm going to speak to it on the underlying bill, Mr. Chair. But if you'd like me to, I can go ahead and do it now if you'd like. Which would you prefer? You
No.
really want that brevity.
2 minutes has lapsed since the last time I admonished.
All right, Mr. Chairman, today I'm moving legislation that's going to reduce the fine for driving or parking in a bus lane, which will allow DDOT to begin enforcement of violations for driving and parking in a bus lane. This has been many, many months in the making, testing the patience of neighbors, small businesses, and our transit riders. And I hope this really is the final excuse being given to prevent enforcement of violations and slows down our residents, our workers, and our students who rely on buses to get around the district. As background, you may remember when the mayor presented her proposed FY 24 through 27 budget, there was a significant increase in revenue collected from citations issued by automated traffic enforcement cameras called ATEs. This was because the mayor was doubling the number of ATE cameras in the district. Over the 4-year financial plan, the mayor raised a total of $578 million in new revenue, but the vast majority of that was in FY 25, 26, and 27. In oversight hearings last spring, then DDOT Director Lott said that DDOT planned to have all those new ATE cameras installed by the end of FY 23. Despite that assurance, the CFO would not assume that cameras would be installed by the beginning of FY 24. So there was only about $13 million in FY 24 budget associated with all of those cameras. But I believe the DDOT director at the time, and DDOT would be moving quickly to get those cameras in place. You'll also recall that in May, the mayor asked the council to approve several ATE contracts on an emergency basis so that DDOT could move forward on installing cameras immediately, including bus cameras in partnership with WMATA. I was happy to help expedite that process. This council approved that because, again, it reinforced that DDOT was serious about beginning enforcement quickly. Bus lane enforcement was to be a joint effort between WMATA and DDOT called Clear Lanes. Consistent with the request to expedite the contracts, all the cameras were installed and the Clear Lanes program began to issue warning citations on July 24th. DDOT and WMATA did outreach to educate residents about the new cameras. And of course, those bus lanes are generally painted bright red and marked by lots of signs. They're pretty hard to miss. Enforcement was scheduled to begin after a 45-day warning period on September 18th. We took DDOT at its word. It would stick to that schedule. As we all know, district residents disproportionately rely on Metrobus, in particular, residents with lower incomes and Black DC residents and other residents of color. About a quarter of the people who ride the bus make $10,000 per year or less. When people block bus lanes, it slows down commutes for our kids trying to get to school, workers headed to their shift downtown, and seniors trying to get to the grocery store. Both DDOT and WMATA have made clear this enforcement tool will speed up buses and improve service. So we were surprised when we found out via Twitter on September 18th that the Clear Lanes enforcement would not begin that day. On September 22nd, I sent DDOT a letter asking for an explanation of the delay. It took the mayor and DDOT until last Wednesday, more than a month, to come up with an answer. They raised a new issue that they'd never raised before. They thought that the fine for blocking a bus lane should be the same as blocking a bus stop. And they added that they would not enforce blocking a bus lane until it was changed. The fine's been in place since at least 2015, and DDOT has never raised this as a concern. But if that really is the problem, well, then today we're going to fix it. The council can change that fine amount by statute, while DDOT can simultaneously start the rulemaking process to permanently change the fines. Let me just emphasize that this is not a new violation. DDOT asserted in its letter to me and again in the Washington Post this morning that blocking and or driving in a bus lane is a new violation. DC regulations have prohibited driving in a bus lane since at least 2006 and has prohibited parking in a bus lane since 2015. The mayor set the $200 fine amount in 2015. I'm not really sure where this assertion is coming from, but it certainly is not trying to solve the problem. If I can, Mr. Chairman, with 30 extra seconds, finish this up.
30 extra seconds.
Excellent. So today with this action, we're going to be reducing the fine for driving or parking in a bus lane from $200 to $100. I'll note that there is no cost to change the amount of the fine for the period of the emergency and temporary measures because, as I mentioned, the projected FY24 revenue associated with ATE cameras was pretty small. Actually, starting enforcement will overcome any reduction associated with reducing the fine amount. However, the FY25 through 27 budgets included significant amounts of ATE revenue, so our budget office and the CFO said that there will be a cost of permanent reduction of the fine amount starting in FY25, though we don't know by how much. So we assume that the mayor and DDOT have already identified a source to make up for that reduction in revenue before proposing to reduce fines through rulemaking. And the DDOT director assured me in her hearing last week that this would not be a cost to reducing the fine amount for this fiscal year. I will skip ahead since we are out of time. I want to address the letter we also got from the mayor about today's meeting. While she supports the legislation today, they are saying that they will not begin enforcement for another 2 months. But after today's legislation, there is no reason to continue to force bus riders to sit behind blocked bus lanes. DDOT and WMATA have done months of public outreach, warning tickets, and education. It's been illegal to drive or park in a bus lane for many years. And most importantly, many of the bus lanes we're talking about are painted bright red. I don't believe it's right to prioritize our out-of-state drivers over district residents, students, workers, and neighbors who rely on the bus. There are much more important problems for the district to be focused on instead of finding reasons to not enforce our traffic rules. But with this action today, the council will be removing the latest excuse for the delays and make clear we want to see fines proportional, equitable, and enforced. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I will move the declaration.
You'll move the declaration for a second time. Thank you, and appreciate the drama on the reading. Discussion?
Point of clarity,
Yes, Mr. Tran White.
is this bill to decrease the fine or enforce the ability to receive money through fines?
To decrease the fine from $200 to $100. So it's cutting the fine in half.
Okay. Is it already enforceable beyond this bill?
Well, it could be enforced today. So it's already law. So it's been law for a number of years, but the fine amount, was it $200 or we're dropping it to $100?
You said something that buses should no longer have to go around. We have wait to go.
I think the issue is that DDOT is not enforcing the bus lanes. And the latest from them is because the fine is too high. Mr. Allen, correct me if
All
I'm
our
wrong.
fines too high.
So they want to drop everybody wants to drop the fine. So the fine's going to get dropped. We're going to take that action today to drop it from $200 to $100 to cut it in half.
I'm vote 50. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? We have the declaration before us. This is PR 25-528. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Chairman Mendelson.
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto.
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White.
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White.
No.
Councilmember Trayon White votes no. Councilmember Allen.
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Fruman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fruman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George.
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 11 yeses, 1 no, and 1 absent.
The declaration is approved. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-556. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I move the underlying measure, as I mentioned in the breakfast meeting, I have a technical amendment after consulting with the Office of General Counsel. There was a small typo in the introduced version of this measure, so the amendment would change one digit in a DCMR citation. And so let me move that amendment first, and then I'll move the underlying.
Well, you sort of have to move the underlying and then move the amendment. as
The
part
underlying
of your
kind of is
motion.
there, right?
Hmm?
The underlying's already here.
Only when you
So
say
let me
so
move the
moved.
amendment to the underlying measure,
And the amendment is,
the technical amendment that was circulated previously.
okay. There's no objection to the under the amendment. It will be accepted. Not hearing any objection. It's accepted. We have the bill as amended before us.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
It's already moved. You can't amend something that hasn't been moved. Further discussion? By a voice vote on the on Bill 25-556 as amended, all those in favor say aye.
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 No.
I was gonna say, are there any no votes? Councilmember Tran White, you want to be recorded as no? The bill is approved. Emergency legislation at the request of the mayor, let our vows endure. Emergency Declaration Resolution of 2023 PR 25-468. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I introduced this measure at the request of the mayor. The bill would allow the mayor to issue marriage licenses during federal government shutdown. This legislation is identical to an emergency law passed in 2019 when the federal government last had a breakdown. The district's judicial branch is funded and controlled by the federal government and is thus unable to conduct normal business while the federal government remains unfunded. This is an unfortunate issue, not only for local self-determination, but also for couples who would like to be married here in the district. A canceled wedding is a terrible thing to force on people, whether they have been planning it for years or for months, or just want to do it spur of the moment. The local courts of no other jurisdiction in the country are so immediately affected by the federal government dysfunction, and this measure will ensure that the mayor can take over an important function of our courts in the event that Congress cannot get their act together and agree to fund the government in the next 10 days. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have the declaration before us. Is there discussion? We'll do a roll call on the declaration, Madam Secretary.
Chairman Mendelson?
Yes.
Chairman Mendelson votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau? She was on. No? She was okay.
Councilmember Nadeau?
She's driving.
Okay. Councilmember Parker?
Yes.
Councilmember Parker votes yes. Councilmember Pinto?
Yes.
Councilmember Pinto votes yes. Councilmember Robert White?
Yes.
Councilmember Robert White votes yes. Councilmember Trayon White?
Yes.
Councilmember Trayon White votes yes. Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen votes yes. Councilmember Bonds?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonds votes yes. Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman votes yes. Councilmember Gray is absent. Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson votes yes. Councilmember Lewis George?
Yes.
Councilmember Lewis George votes yes. Councilmember McDuffie?
Yes.
Councilmember McDuffie votes yes. Councilmember Nadeau?
Yes.
Councilmember Nadeau votes yes. Mr. Chairman, there are 12 yeses and 1 absent.
The declaration is approved unanimously. We have the underlying bill, Bill 25-531. Councilmember Henderson,
So moved.
discussion? By voice vote on Bill 25-531, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no votes? The bill is approved unanimously. There's no objection. We'll take the 3 temporary bills in block. That's Bill 25-561, Self-Defense Spray Sale and Transfer Clarification Temporary Amendment Act of 2023. Bill 25-563, Tipped Wage Increase Implementation Clarification Temporary Amendment Act of 2023. And Bill 25-557, Clear Lanes Bus Priority Enforcement Regulation Temporary Amendment Act of 2023. And I misspoke because part of this will also be the 4th temporary Bill 25-532, Let Our Vows Endure Temporary Amendment Act of 2023. And for clarification for General Counsel, Clear Lanes will include, the temporary will include the amendment that was moved to the emergency. Any discussion, any need for clarification? The vote is on the 4 temporaries. All right, the vote is on the 4. I think we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor of the temporaries, the 4 temporary bills that I just read, first reading, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? I'm not hearing any no votes. The ayes have it unanimously. Thank everyone for their patience. The time is 5:39 PM. The next regular legislative meeting is December 5th, 2023. There's a committee of the whole in 2 weeks. That would be November 21st. And I think I said the time is 5:39. This meeting's adjourned.